Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday. Friday, February the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you. And somebody in YouTube, if you can help me there also. Make sure. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, so we're good to go on both platforms, YouTube and the main room. Okay, guys, let's take a look what's happening. Interesting. Look at CDIO. It's up 31%. Why is that interesting? We don't have a stock so far this morning that's up like 100 or 150 or 200%. So typically that's what we're going to see in this this screen right here. The ones that are up the most from yesterday's close, only 31%. So CDIO, which has been on a roll 2 days now. This will be the third day. The 200-day moving average is not that far away for it, 367 or so. OPEG, oh, this is the, okay, so Open Door has earnings today. This is a way to play it if you thought it was going to keep moving higher. Not much volume, though. Okay, this is an ETF for Open. So is Open really up? Open must be up. Where are you? There you are. Open is up almost 16%. So that's why this is almost double. This is double that move. But there's obviously volume on this one. There's not much volume on this OPEG. So Open Door is an earnings play. Big pop on earnings. Let's see, where could it go? And the next high looks like around 562. So I don't know. It might be too close. Might be too close. The troops. TROO. Let's see. I don't see any news on this one. Not an earnings play. I don't know why it's moving. Not a low float. China, not a low float though. 59 million in the float. So not sure what the why this one is moving. I don't see any specific news on it. SPAI. Okay, where is SPAI? I don't see SPAI anywhere, so it can't be up 11%. But let's take a look at what SPAI is doing. You guys are talking about it. Okay, so it popped up to 521. It is pulled back down. Awarded a subcontract agreement to supply U.S. government AI processing systems under $1 million subcontract. Okay, so it does have some news. It's a low float, 7.7 million in the float. Okay. This is a no bueno. GRAL, guys. Look at this one. This is an earnings play. Look at this. Cut in half. GRAL. Cut in half. Wow. Yeah, cut in half. Sitting on a psychological number just over 50. But this is cut in half. Through the 200-day moving average. And this is an earnings play. Pretty good volume, 1.2 million already. I'm going to have to put that one on a thumbnail chart somewhere. And see what happens when see if 50 holds it. But that is a big, trading higher after the company reported worse than expected Q4 sales. And top line, it's also not just the sales, but whatever trial they were doing. This is a medical lab, okay, in that sector, did not meet its primary endpoint. Okay, so that is probably more the reason why this is down 50%, not just because of earnings. Became another earnings play, CPRT. CPRT part is another earnings play down on earnings. CPRT. Before I keep going, let's take a look at silver. Silver's been a lot of fun to look at for the last several weeks for sure. So silver is up 3% now. The next high on the SLV chart, 35.59. So the silver plays, as long as this continues, probably will be of interest. How's that HYMC doing? HYMC is actually it's not moving with silver yet. Usually this one, if silver is moving, this one usually has a nice move. ANPA, ANPA. So this is not an earnings play. This is this rich circle. Boy, this morning it got up to $25. This was cut in half from the high, still up 18%. Low float, 1.7 million in the float. China stock. Just of note, this has been a big one for the last couple of days. They've done a financing. Looks like this is the AJIG. They've done a financing. It looks like the financing is around 338, so it's a little bit above the financing price. Okay, and that's the AJIG. That has been a very active one over the last 2 days. Yeah, here's the every day now, guys. MLEC. Look at this 15-minute chart. Look how choppy it is. Same on the 5. Grail, guys, GRAL, sitting right on 50. Actually, I'm sorry, got down to it poked its nose just below 50. It's popped up a little over 50 again. Let's take a look. We still got a lot of earnings plays. I mean, not necessarily huge name earnings plays, but still a lot of them. Another one, Ring Central, RNG, is another earnings play. Another earnings play, RNG. So on a weekly chart, I'm going to get a weekly chart up. $35.20. So it looks like $35.20 or so is the next high on the weekly chart. Let's see. This is an earnings play, guys. This has been a very active stock over the last few months, really. AXTI, okay, AXTI is an earnings play. It's only up 5%. This is the all-time high up here, $28. So it's off a little bit of the all-time high. But yeah, earnings play for AXTI. Remember, an earnings play for me is a stock that releases earnings pre-market or after hours yesterday. So that's what they did. They released after hours yesterday, post-market. Well, Copart, guys, just as mentioned, Copart is an earnings play, and it's starting to sink now. CPRT. Mm-hmm. Tandem. Where's Tandem? Here we are. So Tandem's also another earnings play, guys. TNDM is an earnings play. A lot of volume in, only 42,000, but it is an earnings play. Pretty higher the company now. I wonder if it's also okay. And Bank of America upgraded. Wow, that's a big raise for Bank of America, raising their price target from 15 to 30. Stock's at 21 now. Mizuho also, not quite as lofty, but to 22 from 21. That's another price target. So it's right there. So Mizuho is right on that. Piper Sandler, let's maintain neutral at Piper Sandler. I don't know how it's neutral. They've raised it from 14. Yeah, raised from 14 to 21. Well, maybe. So ring is a beat raise. Okay, RNG. Not a lot of volume yet. RNG. So that's what William is saying. They beat on earnings, beat on revenue, beat on guidance, or raise on guidance. Price target raised to 37.50 from 32 at Rosenblatt. Copart is just really starting to sink here, guys. We've got a dollar move after when I first saw it, at least a dollar move. That is CPRT. A lot of shares available. Interactive Brokers, 20 million. So I'm sure most brokerages are going to have lots of shares available. So Grail is now underneath 50, guys, underneath 50. GRAL. So it's a combination of poor earnings plus whatever drug. Yeah, this is it. Too bad. A major cancer screening trial misses main goal. Probably more the reason why it's down, not so much because of earnings. William doing a lot of analysis pre-market. So GLPI is another earnings play. No volume yet. Okay, no volume. But it is another beat raise. Also declared a 78-cent dividend. These can be really surprising, though. William. You look at something like this with no volume at all. Most of the volume, of course, was post-market, but sometimes they can just surprise you. Once the market open at the 9:30 open, for whatever reason, they take off. What's the normal volume? So yesterday, it traded 2.58 million yesterday. So, it certainly is going to trade, even though there's no volume yet. Ring is moving. RNG is moving. Volume is starting to pick up a little bit. Eldorado. Okay, what's happening here? Trading lower. So this is an earnings play. Okay, this is actually an earnings play. Gold is doing GLD right now. So gold is basically flat in 0.79%. But so Eldorado down because it's an earnings play. CDIO moving again. There's the 200-day moving average. Looks like it's around 370 or so, 369. Eldorado on earnings moving down. So where's the next low? The next low is 43.13 or so. So about $1 to the next low for EGO. Market to start. Yeah, there's a bunch of numbers coming out at 10 o'clock also. Okay, a lot of numbers coming out at 10. Well, I shouldn't say that. There are a lot of Michigan numbers coming out at 10. All the variations. Okay. Also new home sales. So we might have some fireworks, 10 o'clock. American Homes, again, no volume yet, post-market. So yeah, so they had the pop in the post-market. So William's saying it's a miss meet lower, so they've guided lower. That's really the key one. How are they guiding? You could get a beat, but if you miss on guidance, why are you going to buy the stock? See, Grail's back to $50 again, so that you'll have to see if that 50 really acts as a great psychological floor today. The next low looking left on a weekly chart is, wow, 4170. 4170. So on a weekly chart anyway, it still has room to fall, and that's the Grail. So William, I don't know if you've looked at Grail at all. What else? Do you know if they've got anything else in their pipeline? GRAL. It's an earnings play, but it's on. I think it's down because of this missing on the major cancer screening trial misses. So I don't know what else they've got going. Wish this had more room. This AUNA, I'm sort of keeping an eye on some of these stocks that closed right at the high or right near the high of the day yesterday. See what they're doing right now. AUNA, and there's no volume yet, but also this right there at 530. I wish it were more up here, 566, the next high. Morning, Snowman, in our YouTube room. All right, let me take a look at some of the sectors again. What time is it now? 9:17. So in about 5 minutes, I'm going to get my 9:30 layout up. So I want to take a look at the financials. XLF, there's no way it closed above the 200-day yesterday. Not with the Dow being down like that. Didn't know the Dow was down that much. So there's financials still underneath that 200-day moving average. We'll take a look at utilities. See if they're still well above. I thought maybe you might see a little more of a pop in utilities yesterday based on the market. Okay, retail is still hanging above. How's that technology sector doing? XLK? Yeah, I mean, it's still in sight with the 200-day moving average, still in sight. Staples, it was discretionary. I think that was pretty close. Also, XLY. Yeah, look at the discretionary. Actually, discretionary just a couple of days ago, 2 days ago, went down below, but closed above. So it is very close to the 200-day moving average also. But I have a feeling that the only one that's under is still utilities. I'm sorry, healthcare. I'm sorry. How about financials? Here's healthcare, XLV. Yeah, there's the healthcare. Sorry, the financial sector underneath still. Morning, AJ. All right, now let's take a look at NAM, NAMM, NAMM. Really good up to this morning, got up to 427, back down to four. Well, not a. It looks worse than it is, so it's dropped a bit. Let's see what happens with this one today. Highs are 437. Well, that is the next high actually. That's what I got to this morning. Good morning. I'm going to have to call you Ganny 725. Okay. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. How about Caddy? Kadij? Khadija Gani? I'm doing my best. Okay. How about JJ? Oh, okay, JJ. Thank you. I do apologize for not being able to pronounce some names. Ego continues down, guys. El Dorado earnings play. It continues down here. So Ego, $43. $43 is the next low looking left. Okay, so they are not really a drug. Okay. When I saw they were in the, whoops, not frail, but Grail. Well, Grail's pretty frail this morning, but yeah, I saw that was in the medical laboratories sector. So it's more of a screener. I see. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Well, it is now starting to slide away in terms of the $50 mark. The 176,000 shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. No level two with trade ideas. No, Rod. I know you know your broker has it, but no level two with trade ideas. No. Spy's taking a little turn for the worse now, guys. That is wrong. That is stuck. So let me. Yeah. So the spy is starting to sink here, guys. Yeah, 682 now. And we've got a bunch of numbers coming in at 10 o'clock also. So there could be some more, either positive or negative movement in the spy at 10 o'clock. Eagle continues down here, guys, on earnings. El Dorado, great name. El Dorado Gold. The next low on a weekly chart has some room in a weekly chart anyway, $39 or so. So how did Copart? Did it finally? No, Copart is still moving down. Yeah, CPRT, no rally yet. CPRT is an earnings play also. So Copart moving down. All right, it's 9:23. So what I'm going to do now is get my layout that I use once this market opens. So or the 9:30 open. Pretty soon there'll be no such thing as the market opening. It'll never close. Okay, so first thing I do, of course, is save my layout. All right, so here's my 9:30 layout up and running. So let me get some things adjusted. Okay, so these are the top 6 from that, previous list that had 15, the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close. See if I think we talked about them all. Yeah, this is a surprising day. I mean, this is probably this might be the day that has the lowest one that has popped from yesterday's close in terms of percent move, only 40%. I mean, most of the time we get a lot of stocks that are even, 100, 200%. Only 40, I mean, 40% is great, of course. Really? Well, that'll be fireworks if that's for real. Ruling on the tariffs at 10 o'clock. Really? Well, that'll be interesting. Yeah, that's a maybe. I mean, where are you getting that news, pup? The only thing I did see, what I posted in, guys, I post some stuff. Investors expect the Supreme Court to block the Trump tariffs, and that's from Goldman Sachs. Okay, I mean that's if this is in what I post some of this stuff here. What else is happening? And so I did notice that at the bottom. I wasn't sure the when this announcement is supposed to be made. Anyway, we'll see. Ah, yes, okay, I do remember that, William. Well, 10 o'clock. Yeah, well, if that happens at 10 o'clock, there will definitely be some market movement. So this is open door, guys. It is falling just a little bit here. This is open door, OPEG. This is how, if you want, you can buy this one. If you thought open door, the stock open, if you thought it was going to continue to move higher, you can buy this one. Only problem with it, not a lot of volume. So it's not, doesn't trade that much. At least it is not trading much now. Take a look at open itself. I think there's plenty of volume with open. Yeah, look at the volume, 10 million. It's a big float. I didn't realize the float was so big. That's a big move, you know. That's a big move with that float. Almost a billion shares in the float, and it's up 18%. And that is open. I don't know who SRX Health Solutions are, but they've raised their stake in Open Door by 30%. Now that's a great way to look at numbers. By 30%. And then here's a headline that says by 20%. Now remember, by 20%. So they could have a 2%. It could have been 2% before, and now they'd be at 2.4%. So anyway, see if it actually has the percentage, the actual percentage, as opposed to just what they were increasing it by. I love it. Words such as believe, expect, intend, aim, plan, may, could, target, and similar expressions are intended to identify forward-looking statements. 1 minute, thank you. Yeah, less than a minute. Guys, let's have a great end to this trading week. Thanks, Dwayne. All right. Well, while Grail is moving down now, guys. Yeah, it is giving up 50. GRAL, really giving up 50 now, sitting at 48. Any thoughts? I don't trade Tesla, but let's take a look at Tesla. Oops. Um, well, I mean, Tesla on the market. I mean, the market is weak right now, so Tesla is weak also. I don't think there's any. However, there was some news. U.S. judge rejects Tesla request to overturn 243 million dollar jury verdict. So, I mean, there's some specific news on Tesla also. So, let me get it up again. So here's Tesla. So your next low looking left is yesterday's low around 404, but I don't know if that looks like that news. More news from Tesla cuts cyber beast price to drive demand, but I think it's this rejection of the 243 million dollars, probably obviously affecting. Hey guys, silver is still strong right now. Okay, silver is strong, so the market is weakening somewhat, but silver is strengthening somewhat. I want to take a look at HYMC. It was definitely lagging. Not anymore. Okay, so HYMC is catching up to the sector. It's up about the same amount. Yeah, some S&P stuff, right, William? This where is it now? S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. PMI flash, all so many real consumer spending. Yeah, there's some more economic numbers coming out at 9:45. But boy, if they really do release if the Supreme Court really does release something at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, that will be really interesting, to say the least. This one, okay, AXTI guys, AXTI is an earnings play and on the move here. AXTI is an earnings play on the move, close to an all-time high. That would be the all-time high up here, 2861 or so. So AXTI ripping right off the bat here. Market trying to pop here a little bit. The always for me anyway, that purple line, that mauvish line, purplish line is that's the VWAP, and you can see what's happening. Stock is or the SPY is getting into the VWAP. Will that act as resistance on the way up, or will it pop through it and continue? So Grail's back to 50. GRAL back to 50. 200, the VWAP for it is around 51. I'm going to put a price alert in that area. Now, of course, it's a moving target. It's dropping. Silver, guys, is still moving here. SLV, still moving. All right. Well, there's the pot for Grail now, GRAL, and right at the VWAP, right at the VWAP. That is Grail, HYMC. All right. Is it going to really hold through that VWAP? Is it going to really? or is it? Remember, the VWAP's an area. It's an area, so it's hanging just a little bit above it now. SPY, nice recovery. SPY, nice recovery. Remember, I was talking about this AU now, guys, in the pre-market, and I like the idea that it closed at the high yesterday, but I didn't like the fact that we had a high looking left that was fairly close. So Yeti's having a nice little rebound. Okay, there's another one that closed at the high. It was beaten down on earnings, but look what it did. It recovered most of the day. It was down to about 40, call it 43 or so, and it closed up here at 47. So that was a nice recovery all day for Yeti. And now, it's almost like the bad earnings didn't happen, or the bad reaction to earnings did not happen. And that is Yeti, YETI. Okay, so RXT, this is what's a lot of volume, Had a great day a couple of days ago. It's over yesterday's high, above the 2 day ago close. So it is trying to rally a bit also. And that is RXT. Okay, let's see what happened with Copart. Oh man, look what nice run now. So it came off the bottom, guys, and had a nice surge. And that's another earnings play. CPRT was basically drifting down, down, down until we got to about 926. And then it had a nice pop. What was that? What was that pop? From 33 up to about 35. So that was a nice pop. Will it last? It's through the VWAP. Will it last though? It's an earnings play. Negative. Tandem, guys, TNDM, another earnings play right here. Didn't have a lot of volume in the pre-market, but the volume has definitely picked up. Now here's the next high looking left is 23.95. That's on the daily chart. Oh, guys, AXTI, this could be at the all-time high now. AXTI, almost at the all-time high. Okay, there it is. And let's see if it takes it out. This is an earnings play, AXTI. Riot is still moving here, guys. I mean, I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, had the news. Somebody pressing them to increase capacity or something to that effect. Riot surges on this was on the 18th, so that was 2 days ago. An activist data center proposal. So if you're into larger cap stocks, okay, I mean, you better be, if in fact, well, there's going to be numbers coming out at 10 anyway, 9:45 and 10. But if in fact the Supreme Court decision on tariffs is going to be released at 10 o'clock. That is, I would not want to be in any large cap stock because you just don't know what direction it's going to go, in my opinion. And there's AXTI now, guys, all-time high right now. All-time high, AXTI, all-time high. You can see right down there, my position in a lifetime range, 100%. All-time high now for AXTI. Earnings play. Supposedly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Always. Paul, you've been around long enough. Anytime I talk time, it's always Eastern time. YIBO, YIBO. Let's take a look at this one. Planet Image International. What did they do? Manufacture and sale of compatible toner cartridges. Really? How about that? The one where your printer manufacturer says, if you buy one of those, you're going to void the warranty. So it's interesting. AXTI is showing up in both of these races. Okay, this is a large cap race, but it's also showing up in this race here. So AXTI, let's see if it just continues or it's going to, eventually, it's not going to keep going higher. A lot of shares available, 4.6 million in the float. To short at Interactive Brokers. So there's plenty of shorts available. I don't want to short it right now, but this has gone very parabolic. Now here's HYMC. A lot of action, guys. HYMC is at the high of yesterday, the day before that, and a few days before that. And so the next high is $53 or so. And that is HYMC. So if you're going to trade HYMC, you should have SLV as a thumbnail chart so you can see what the overall silver sector is doing. All right. Well, let's see. The SPY has now actually gone positive. Okay, and as William said, there will be some numbers coming out at 9:45. Some economic numbers coming out at 9:45 that could affect the market short term. Silver is still on the move here, guys. So if you're looking, this is the strongest sector right now. This one has a little bit of room, the KOS, Cosmos Energy, little bit of room. Okay, you look at a weekly chart, 240 or so. Yeah, nice lift for Grail, no question. It's still down 44%, but that's way above it. The 200-day moving average at around $64. Fig had earnings yesterday, and it's a continuation now, guys. Fig is an earnings continuation play. Keep an eye on this one. We've seen a lot of nice continuation plays. Okay, close kind of near the high of the day yesterday, and it's up to 8% now. It's a big float, pretty big float, 171. And speaking of Fig, just showed up on the Williams scan. There goes Fig, guys. There goes Fig. FIG. There goes Fig. FIG. You can see it here. It's in the Williams scan. People ask sometimes, well, where do you see these things? Well, you can see it here. There's Fig here. You can see Fig here. You can see Fig here. And you can see Fig here. Okay. Fig is all over the place. And it was an earnings play yesterday. Nice continuation of earnings. $35, $35. Oh man. Okay, Ring is another one from the Williams scan, guys. RNG, another earnings play. I think William said this was a beat raise. So beating on revenues, beating on earnings, and also raising guidance. And also they've got a share repurchase authorization plan up to $500 million worth. So AXTI is sort of stumbling around the 30 mark. It got up to almost 31, but it's sort of stumbling around the 30 mark right now, taking maybe a bit of a pause. CCOI, this is another earnings play. Let's see, what's the next low looking left? 1548. There is some room. Interested in a short on the CCOI, guys? This is this is an earnings play. Gotta get that spread down, get the bid catching up to the ask. This is from William Scan also. Boy, silver is ripping here, guys. Silver ripping higher again. SLV ripping higher again. What's the volume like? Almost 1 million shares. Okay. This is for CCOI. I'm probably not going to be anything at 10 o'clock though, just in case. I mean, even the small caps might do something crazy. So if this decision is coming down. Yeah, AXTI did finally fall. 30 plus kind of rejected it for a while anyway, AXTI. All right, here's another one. Have I missed it? 5N, F5VN, another one from the Williams scan, 1932. Though I think for me anyway, it's not, I don't want to touch it. I just look left and I think that there could be some resistance to moving higher. I may be wrong. Here's five. So an earnings play, FIVN, 5N is an earnings play. 5.9 is an earnings play. Okay, Geo. This is the prison stock. I call this one of the prison stocks. Geo dropping. Now had earnings a few days ago. Not great. What is the low here? The low here is 1281. So it takes that out. Where's the next low on the monthly chart? The next low, 1254. So there could be some support in this area. Okay. So I'm not that interested in the short. Well, Ring definitely wow. Ring really took off. RNG, the beat raise. Here's another earnings play. I didn't see this in the pre-market. Shamur, CC. Okay. This is another earnings play. And the next low looking left, 1704. So, I mean, there's a little bit of room to 17. We're looking at a short. Boy, AXTI, that would have, I didn't do it, but that was a beautiful short off that 30 level. At some point, these stocks just don't keep moving higher. But that's a pretty big drop from its high, AXTI. Let's see if it's coming into any sort of a support area. Okay, AXTI, super strong earnings play at this point. So you can, it's hard to see because it's in the wave, but the VWAP, it's sort of at the VWAP area, AXTI. Another earnings play, guys. WSC, another earnings play. And this is, okay, look at the weekly chart here. It might be too much looking left for it to get through. Oh, you know what I missed? We had a great re-entry. Both of the prison stocks now, Geo and CXW. CXW. Okay, they both had earnings the same, well, almost the same day, and they're both moving down now. CXW and Geo. Man, what a move on FJet, guys. I don't mean just today. I mean, 5 days ago, 4 days ago, this was a $4.44 stock, 11.58 now, at the high of yesterday. What a move. Fairly new IPO, I guess. I'm going to say it IPO'd, but yeah, it IPO'd back here, back in December of last year. Wasn't good. I mean, it got up to $31 and it came all the way back down to 4. So these people, anybody up here were gagging, but it is starting to, what a move it's had in the last, this week, basically this week. Really kind of started on Friday. That's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday today. Yeah. So really, the little bit of a move on Friday, last Friday. No, guys. Again, if this decision is coming at 10 o'clock, yeah, for some reason, I just don't believe it's going to happen. A decision. But oh, look at Funko here now. Funko on a monthly chart. Anyway, you got a lot of has a lot of room. Funko on a monthly chart. Take a look at a weekly chart. Yeah, FNKO has some room on a monthly chart. Anyway. Okay, CC looking for maybe a bounce. Okay, still has a ways to go. Actually, maybe that low right there, 1710. Yeah, so we get close to that 17 mark. We might get a bounce in CC. Boy, Ring, great call. I don't know if you took it, William, but you talked about it in the pre-market, and yeah, just a great run so far on earnings. The beat raise. Well, you know what didn't listen to me was FIVN did not listen to me at all. I thought maybe this area might block it right there, but not even close. This is an earnings play, FIVN earnings play. AJ, are you following William Scan today? There have been some. The one I was interested in. It is actually now starting to pop a bit here at CCOI. Um, but just going over them, yeah, some really nice moves from that scan, including Copart. All right, guys. Well, again, it is 9:59, 9:59 plus 38 seconds. So give me a moment, please. Okay, 10 o'clock. I'm going to put the spy up. Okay, just if there's actually a decision. Well, I'll leave that for others. I don't. It's not like the FOMC minutes that come right at 10 o'clock or right on the at the time. So I'm going to. I'm not going to keep the spy chart up. Boy, 5N. Well, that only you well, you have to what's your stop, JJ? XTI. Nobody can tell you, well, I'm not a financial advisor, but what did you do? Did you, short it? Did you short it? Is that why you're asking? Boy, 5N, I mean, I was really, really thinking we'd get, it's stalling. No, not even close. Whoa, boom. Boom is right. So what was there? Well, and now there were numbers coming out though. There were numbers coming out at 10 o'clock, all these Michigan numbers. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Michigan consumer expectations. A lot of Michigan numbers came out. So I don't know if that's the reason for the pop, but that is a big boom, yes. Is that a for sure? Tariffs are blocked, GB? I'm surprised I'm not seeing this here. So the tariffs are blocked and the market's loving it. Struck down by SCOTUS. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Uh, just give me one moment, please. All right, guys. Well, boy, look at that 5A. I mean, I can't believe how it went. I should probably, I have to stick to what the charts are trying to tell me. But yeah, I mean, we had a nice pop, but yeah, you're right. I mean, it is starting to sell off, but that was the initial reaction anyway, if the tariffs are in fact blocked. Tandem is another earnings play that is moving now. Again, guys, at a bit of a chop at the beginning, but TNDM on the move. Okay, as 5N is this one finally topping out? What a move! It's a beautiful, what a beautiful move. AXTI coming back. So let's take a look at AXTI. And did that VWAP kind of hold it? Kind of. I mean, it broke, but you know what? I mean, a lot of these stocks are popping because of I guess, because of the tariff news, but it came out. Though this is an earnings play, so this could have happened regardless. So silver now is starting to move down, though. Silver starting to move down. SLV starting to move down. So it is now 10:05. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage and show you the information you can find on my homepage, including all the scans and races, etc., that I'm sharing. How do you stop charts from auto refreshing? Charts from auto refreshing. Are you talking? I'm not sure I understand that question, Pramod. You mean you? I'm not sure I understand the question. You can, charts. Why would you want them to stop refreshing? Why would you want to see the current price? I'm not sure I understand the question. Yeah, you'll have to. I don't understand what you mean by stopping the charts from auto refreshing. Are you talking about you have it on surfing? Currently, idea surfing. Is that what you mean? Maybe that's what you mean. Just a toggle on and off. That's all I can think of. Okay, well, take it off. So take it off. You say surfing is on, so take it off. Pause it. Oh, it's off. I don't understand then how a chart is moving on its own. Okay, if surfing is off, if it's paused, no idea. I mean, you can see my charts. Okay, they don't change. I mean, they change, but you're talking about are you talking about going to another symbol? It's going to another symbol, and then another one, which is what surfing does. I need more information. Refreshing the same symbol. Still don't know what you mean. When you say refreshing, I mean, are you saying, for instance, I have Grail on my chart. Are you saying that it would sort of move off, would put it back on? And you've got not that it should matter, but properties, have you got symbol linking checked or unchecked? I mean, that I've never heard that. Never heard. I don't know. I honestly don't know what you mean by if surfing is off. I've never heard anybody with something like that happening. Maybe restart or now before you restart Premod, maybe go up here, go to your account and do a reset. Okay, reset connection before you restart. Maybe that'll fix it. Okay, because that doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. I certainly would not be able to duplicate that. I've never heard anybody say that. I don't doubt it's. I'm not doubting it's happening on your system, but I don't understand what could be happening. But maybe just try a reset first, and if not, then maybe just have to reload trade ideas. Yes. Ooh. Boy, this is my massive miss today. I just did not think it would continue this 5N. I did not think it would continue like it did. That's as good as it gets, guys, on a 2 minute and a 5 minute. Just following up. Hardly any pullback at all. With BZ, okay, you're talking about that's a stock BZ. Just out of curiosity, so linked together with 3 different systems. You guys are stumping me. Oh, Benzinga. Oh, I see. I see, Benzinga. I thought you meant the stock. Okay, guys, let me get onto my homepage, okay, and the information you can find. Hopefully doing a reset helps you. Okay, clicking on my homepage link. What are you going to see? Check the promo code. It's still working today. Okay, so you can still get 22% off. So you can still get 22% off the first month only, first month only, first month only. Okay, of a subscription, or 22% off the entire year, of course. And that works for both our standard and our premium services. Okay, you get 22% off the first month only. All I ask, please use my code. If you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room, and also for those of you in YouTube, another room called the Trading Room. And when the company sees my promo code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. It's really that simple. Now, if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about what is this trading room, it is free also. A lot more action in this room, okay? A lot more interaction amongst other traders in this room. But some other perks. This room was actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. And Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for doing that every day. So he opens it at 6:45 Eastern Time. So if you're interested in interacting with other traders in the pre-market, pre 9:30, you can come into this room. And this room is also, usually I take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, though I'll always stay later for questions. But after I leave, William usually keeps this room open. Today's Friday. It might be to 3:30, it might be to 3:45, but it's up to him. Okay, completely up to him. So on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 to say 3:45 Eastern Time. I don't get on the mic until 9. Why don't I open this room at 3:45? That's because I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little too early for me. So thank you, Obi, for doing that every day. Okay. Education. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the very first thing you must do, getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? 12 short videos. This is mandatory. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, is this something that I might want to try? Start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try, okay? You can always try it for a month. It's monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics. New to trading, this is for you. New to trading. 15 free videos if you are new to trading. And if you, let me get back to my homepage. On my homepage, scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it before question in our YouTube room, how to log into the trading room. If you click on my homepage link, just give me a moment, click on my homepage link, just put it underneath you. And when you do that, you'll be at the top. Okay, so scroll down and where you see trading room right here. Okay, and that's how you get into the main room. So again, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotion folder. Okay, could be there. Last, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, these are not all scans. These are a couple of races, a large cap race. This is a volatile race, wide open race. I believe what's the Bed Bath & Beyond doing in here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Pulse resumes is over here, not very active today. I do have this one up on my other monitor, the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Okay, this is real-time alerting in the form of a scroll, which is taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. I have some other scans that I have that you can take a look at. So these are both trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If it is an accounting type question, I will not be able to answer that. but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay. Meanwhile, Harmony, HRMY. Woof. I know. I think you mentioned this one earlier, William. I should have been paying attention to this one. This is not an earnings play. Um, wow, down 17%. This is a day where your scan has just been awesome today, and I have not been able to take advantage of it. So, for whatever reason, Mizuho is raising their target from 46 to 50 as this one is sinking. And this is actually this was yesterday's news for Harmony HRMY. I don't see any news on this one today. I mean, I see news. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one. Yeah, I mean, hit your scan. I know you look at it differently, but hit your scan at 29.45 at 10 o'clock. 29.45. There is a $1 move. The spy is not red. The spy is not red, and much to your chagrin, maybe, but the spy is not red. Yeah, maybe down here, maybe when it touched that, maybe it briefly touched red, but is popping again. All right, guys. Boy, Harmony just keeps moving down, 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 down. Yeah, with no news, no news. I mean, I see some news yesterday. Today's the 20th. Right? I mean, I see some. Don't know. This is Bristol Myers. I don't know if this has anything to do with it. Maybe they've got a competing drug, but this was on the 18th. So I mean, yeah, I just don't know. It seems kind of weird. There's no news whatsoever, and the stock is just cratering. Well, Rackspace is a an AI play from us. It's still, I don't understand what that means at all, Prema. Got to be something with your system because. So, are you talking about like RXT would show up and then it would flash off and then it come back? So FSLY. Okay. So what's happening with FSLY? Or did it work? Are you just typing that symbol? You should type the symbols in caps. But so what are you? At any rate, yeah. So this is again another nice continuation of earnings still. FSLY had earnings a few days ago. It still has room. I mean, on a monthly chart, FSLY has room of almost at 26. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at the sectors. Okay, I'm sure there's been some I know there's been some wild action in the sectors because most of the sectors were negative. Now most of them are positive. So I'm going to go to new and click on the toolbar. Or sorry, click on new from the toolbar, then click on dog channel bar, and then these are all theme-based channels. Click on the show more, move down, and sector status. So let's take a look at what's happening with some of the sectors. When I saw this morning, I have this one popped out. There were only a couple. Silver was positive, and basically every other sector was negative. But obviously there's been a big switcheroo. So what are you seeing here? So these are some of the major sectors that we're tracking in this top list window. Okay, silver at the top, SLV at the top, home builders also pretty strong. IYT, that's the trucking freight. Okay, so let's see what the negative sectors are. A negative meaning these are so IDB, one of the big biotech ETFs. It is down 1.2% from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what this number means. XLV. So healthcare, guys, healthcare for whatever reason is a little bit weak. XLV, the big ETF for healthcare, and IBB, another one. So healthcare for whatever reason, a little bit weak. Okay, how are the financials doing? Financials are basically kind of flat. So if you wanted to keep an eye on on these sectors anyway all day long, all you have to do is just without having to go to the channel, all you have to do is pop it out, like I've done. This has been popped out. That's why I can free floating. I incorporated as part of my layout, and to pop out anything you see in any one of the channels, you just right click and duplicate into free floating window. When you do that, it's going to pop out and it'll be free floating just like this. Okay. Then you can incorporate it as part of your layout if you want. So what you can do now is like dive into some of these sectors. Now we have 11 of these here, 11 of, I guess we'll call them the major sectors, the ones that all start off with X. So I'm just looking to see, I mean, the worst sector right now, I mean, when I say worst, 55% of the stocks that make up XLE, the energy ETF, are down for the day. Okay. That's what that 55% doesn't mean they're all tanking. Just means they're down for the day. But here's the best one in the sector right now, TRGP. Okay, you click on that. TRGP, the best one. You can also at a glance just see what ones are up the most. I mean, look at Wayfair. I don't know if it's an earnings play or not. No, look at Wayfair. This is in retail, of course. I mean, retail, GCO, Etsy. I think had earnings a couple of days ago. I mean, these are up a lot. So just at a glance, you can see, whether or not there's a big move in any one of these stocks. Just at a glance. Now, on the flip side, scroll down. Let's take a look at the retail. And here's AAP down 3.5%. Carvana down 3.4%. Okay. So that's how you can kind of drill in. Maybe you got a couple of favorite sectors you like to track all the time, or maybe there's a different one every day, depending on what's happening. And then you could just focus on those on those couple, or even just one sector, just to see what is happening. With the top stock and the worst stock. But you can just sort of see at a glance. I mean, that's a big move, 5% move. So some of you, that might be all you do. You just might take a look at this channel, the sector status channel, and maybe that's all you're going to do. That's how you're going to use trade ideas. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but some of you, it's just to focus on the sectors. Silver is still leading the way. What the worst sector is? Yeah, the health, for whatever reason, the healthcare sectors. I mean, they're not tanking, but they are weak. XLE Energy, okay. So energy is right now at 50-50. You can see right there. It changed from the close. I mean, it's not much, but it's just. But look at silver again, leading the charge. So if you have any questions about this, let me know. Well, it looks like the market is trying to pick a direction now. We had the massive move on the tariff news. We had a bit of a drop, and then we've recovering. So we're over the VWAP. We're over the VWAP. So finally, I'm seeing the news here. I mean, I know it happened earlier, but okay. So there. I mean, I know it happened. I don't, but I'm seeing it in Interactive Brokers. Okay, let's go over this race right here, guys. Now, this is what having a bounce. Okay, SMWB. This was an earnings play a few days ago, so it is trying to have a little bit of a bounce. I mean, it's had a terrible bunch of weeks, but trying to have a little bit of a bounce today. Now, is this one finally starting to run out of some steam here? FIVN still over the VWAP. Okay, it's sort of basing now. All right, ABTS, BITS. What do they do? Internet Media Marketing Services in China. Okay, China stock, low float, pretty good volume right now. ABTS, and it's halted. Okay, it resumed. So it got halted earlier. When did it get halted? Did it get halted in the pre-market or something? Or no, I'm confused. I have to admit, I'm confused. I'm only showing it as a resumed. So I am a little confused. I don't see the halt. Somebody will know. It was I don't what time was it halted? The only thing I can think of is when it was halted, it was under 20,000 shares, but because that's my minimum, but I mean it's trading 3.4 million now. Okay, so it is the surfing that's happening, okay? Prema. So I mean, I don't know if you can try this. It is the surfing that starts. Somehow it clicks from pause to if you go try this, okay? If you click on tools and options and you see where it says in the general, you see where it says enable idea surfing. It's probably checked, perhaps, but if you uncheck it and save it, that should stop it. Okay. I don't know why Brokerage Plus is okay. You can try that. So again, go to tools. Oops. So go to tools and options, and general is the top one, and uncheck enable surfing. Okay, and then save it. Well, I'm glad it's because it was surfing, wasn't it? Wasn't something else. I'm not a fan of surfing, but okay, guys. So I'm going to go over this race. Okay, the concept of racing. So I'm running a. First of all, before I do that, I'm going to go to the user guide. I want you to take a look at the user guide. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, I just want to show you because I'm going to go over the race, but here's your guide to what I'm talking about. So if you click on my homepage link and go down to the education section, click on the more info, and right here, sorry, at the top here is the user guide, and there's a whole section on TI stock racing. Okay, obviously there's a lot more information in our user guide. You don't have to learn everything. Okay, but here's the information about TI stock racing that I'm going to go over. Bad day for me, guys. I'm missing everything. Not bad day in terms of losing money, but it's just a matter of no, I'm not taking advantage of that scan. Okay, so that is so. I want to show you. So I'm running 4-minute races again. This is all user definable. So what does this mean? 5.5%. So since the race started, this stock has moved the most. Okay, 5.5% doesn't mean it's up 5.5% for the day, because if you click on it, you can see that it's actually up 25%. Okay, it just means that since the race started almost 2 minutes ago, this stock has moved the most. It has moved up 5.5%. So you can see also, here's an interesting name, HTLM, not HTML. Um, Automatically created for you is a top 10 list, a watch list for you in both of these scans or both of these races. This gives you some focus then. If that's all you wanted to do was do racing, use the program to create races and then follow the top 10 that are showing up, because it's automatically created for you. And the list is made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So in this race over here, you can see that FIVN has run 4 races, FSLY 3 races, etc. That's what the number beside the stock means. Okay, hopefully that works for you, Pramod. But that's what I was asking you, though. You said you didn't. You said you had it off. It was paused. That's what. Okay, it's still wrong. I don't know how I'm going to try to. I'll try, but I don't know what I can do. It sounds like it's very specific to what your system. So here's how you can use the race. Okay. So first of all, obviously, if a stock is at the top here, winning or leading a race, click on it. See what is happening. It doesn't necessarily mean the stock's at the high of the day. It could have pulled back. Look at this. It pulled all the way back, but it's starting to move. And if you're a VWAP player, I mean, look at BIYA. It's sitting right underneath the VWAP. You might look at that if you had shorts available, which I have very little. You might look at that and go, you know what? That VWAP looks like it's stalling it, acting as resistance. So you might look at this and maybe I'm going to short it. Or if it popped through it, maybe I'm going to go long. Maybe had it still been above the VWAP, it was moving down, and you watch to see whether or not the VWAP holds. And you don't have to stare at it. Maybe put a price alert a little bit above the VWAP and put one underneath it. If you're interested in this sort of a stock, and then just move on and see if you get a trigger. So that's number one. Okay. But you can also click on any stock you see in here. You don't have to wait for it to be at the top. Okay. Click on any stock that you happen to see in here and see what's happening. Let's take a look at Bed Bath and Beyond. It's over the VWAP. For some reason, it's moving. Maintain an outperform at Wedbush. You know, where's the truth in advertising? So when you look at this headline, maintained as outperform, what would that mean to you? What would that mean to you? Maintained at outperform by Wedbush. And then here's another headline: target cut to $7 from 13. Wow. Hello, Vito. So that is so click on anything you see in here, okay? You don't have to wait for it to be at the top. You see anything in here, just click on it. Look at Sensei. Look, see what's happening. Here's another one. Look at what it's doing. It's sitting on top of the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP will act as support. It's a positive stock, okay? So maybe the VWAP will act as support, and it may pop off that and continue. We don't know. I mean, there's no 100% way of knowing for sure what's going to happen, okay? If you see a stock that's won a race before, click on it. Let's click on VIA. Okay, another one coming into the VWAP. Maybe that'll act as support. It doesn't have to be the VWAP. I happen to have the VWAP on my charts. Maybe you've got a moving average that you like. Okay, maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that it's moving into. Okay, So hopefully you can understand that this is not just looking at stocks near the high of the day. It could be stocks that have pulled back and then starting to pop. So why are these stocks showing up? Why are they, like what makes them special? Why are they different typically from these stocks over here? You will get some the odd time you'll get the same stock in both races, like we had AXTI earlier. You know, AXTI won or two races in this one. Okay, looking good. I mean, it's still holding. I mean, it's still curling up. Look what happened. AXTI, look what happened. Now, yes, at the beginning, it popped through the VWAP, came up, then came back down to challenge it. And, so far, the VWAP is acting as support. So why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click in the body of the race, I have a whole bunch of options I can click on. One of them is open top list. So if I click on open top list, this is what you're going to see. So these are the stocks that are that the race is looking at right now. Okay, well, why are these stocks showing up? Why are these stocks in this list of stocks? So if I right click and click on configure and then summary, so as long as the stock is between $1 and $50 and trading at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. That is my top list. That's what I want to see. Of course, it doesn't have to be what you want to see. Okay. So hopefully it's starting to dawn on some of you. If I right click in this top list, right click, see launch real-time stock race. So you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and then run a race on it. Okay, this just happens to be what I want to see. So you can still use a top list like this. So classic question, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So here's ABTS. As long as you have the column header, which I do, C% is the change from yesterday's close. I double left click on it and that'll sort the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. So here's ABTS up 77%, 77%. Now you might be saying, wait a minute, I know there's some stocks that are way up more than 77%. Well, I'm sure there are, some stocks under a dollar, penny stocks. But in this list of stocks satisfying these requirements between $1 and $50 price range, etc., those are the ones. If you had a different price range, if maybe you're going from 10 cents to a dollar, you probably see stocks well over 50, over 79%. So it all depends on how you're filtering. So that's the first thing. If I want to sort on the stocks that have moved the most since the first trade of the day, I have that one. The 0%, that's or 0%, that's the change from the open. So, ABTS is still at the top. So that's fine. But what if you wanted to see a stock that maybe is down here? We just looked at the BBBY. Okay. What if for whatever reason BBBY started to move? It's up right now 4.5%, but what if it really started to move up 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks? How would you know that? Well, that's what the race can do for you. The race doesn't care whether a stock is at the top of the leaderboard here, sorted, the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close. All the race cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage wise. Now, a lot of time, you're going to see the stocks near the top here over and over in the race because these are stocks that are very active. People are following them all day long. So it makes sense you're going to see, but doesn't mean that, some stock coming out of nowhere could start to be in this list. Okay. Also, this is not a static list. In other words, this is not the list for today and that's it. You can see stocks, coming in and out. The reason being is that maybe, a stock that was up at least 2% is now under 2%, as an example. A stock that was, you know, over a dollar, now maybe it's under a dollar and it drops off the list, or maybe it pokes its head over $50, drops off the list. Okay. And obviously the other one is maybe it was up 2%, but now it's not up 2%. So it's not a static list. It's not this is the final list for the day. Which, if I show you this one, now this is probably going to be a pretty big list because the market's up and all. If I right click on this one, this is a large cap race. I'm going to open the top list. I'm wrong. Look how few compared to that list over here in this race. Look how few or how much fewer the number of stocks are compared to that list. Why? If I right click and click on configure, I'm going to show you what I'm filtering on. So it is a different price range, but that's not the main reason. 200,000 shares, that's not the main reason. Up 2% from yesterday's close, that's not the main reason. Here's the main reason. So I'm looking for stocks, position and range, okay? What that 95 means, that's the position in the day's range. If I put 100 there, 100 would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. So 95 in this, using 95 in this min, that means the stock is pretty close to the high of the day. Okay. So not, so there's not going to be, so that's one condition. Another condition has to be at least minimum 50 million in the float and a minimum market cap of half a billion, 500 million. So with these three conditions set, there are just not as many stocks. Now, sometimes this list is a lot bigger. I'm a little surprised it's not a little bit bigger because the market is up. But again, not a static list. You'll see stocks coming in and out of this all day long, depending if stocks start to meet those filter requirements or start not. See, it just expanded a bit. So the same thing, guys. I mean, you don't have to if you want to make changes. Of course, you can. Okay, you don't have to. This is what I want to see. The other thing is that if you're starting out trading, this is probably, even though these stocks here, a lot of fun if you're on the right side of them. But they're very volatile. So I mean, they move up. This up 16% now. It can drop just like that also, just because of the volatility. Usually it's because of the float. Look at the float, 2.25 million in the float. These stocks, it's crazy that it gets all jumbled. Just not as volatile, just because of the float. Doesn't mean, so if I were starting out trading, I may want to pay attention to a list like this just because they're not quite as volatile. Okay, so I'm going to try to answer your question, Pramod. I'm going to answer Paul first. Yeah, we have a new, but it's not quick news. Okay. What I use my Interactive Brokers news headline. Okay, and that's where I can get certainly more up to date news than in our news feature. So your broker should have something. Okay, I'm gonna load Brokers Plus. I'm gonna try to figure out what's going on with Pramod here. Where the heck is it? Okay, here it is. So you're talking about these are your positions. Well, I don't have any positions. So you're saying you've had positions. It's now I know that it moves up and down. I don't use Brokers Plus, as you know, but I know that if a stock, maybe that's what's happening, but it shouldn't. But surfing should not be on. I've got. So maybe it's a bug. Okay, I don't think I can help you. If so, you might want to if SKM said he had the same issue, and he just stop linking it to his broker. So the only thing I can say is go to info@trade-ideas.com and see. I don't know what Chris is going to say, but try to explain the problem to him because I cannot duplicate it because I'm not linking, okay, to a broker, E-Trade or any other broker. It sounds like, I was going to try to duplicate it just in simulation mode, but I don't think that's not going to help. So, and I'm not going to link to my broker. So you might have to just go to info@trade-ideas.com. I do apologize, but I don't think there's any way I can help. Okay. And ask the question. Yeah, the only way I could have possibly tried to help is if I could duplicate it, that sounds like I would have to be connected to my broker. It doesn't happen just in simulation mode, and I cannot do that. So I cannot even attempt to duplicate it, Pramod. Okay. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, so when you're talking about, yeah, you can link Thinkorswim, Schwab, and all the rest of them that are somehow all linked together. Um, I know it's a little more of a trial than linking with, say, Interactive Brokers. You've got to. I know there's a video on it somewhere. You have to run both in administration mode, and then you have to find like some little small chart and create the focus on that. But I think once you've established, so linking, I should explain linking, and what I'm talking about when I'm talking about linking. So we have in our toolbar, if you click on tools in our toolbar and external linking. Okay, so I am linked to my Interactive Brokers account. What does that mean though? It means this, that when I click on a symbol, so say I click on NCI, it loads into my order entry from within Interactive Brokers. And that's where I'm trading it. Okay. This started today only. Wow. Okay. And you're using the same version. So we haven't had an upgrade or anything like that. So, okay. So that's what linking does, okay? Linking allows you to establish a link with your broker. I'm not talking about trading using Brokerage Plus. I'm just talking about linking. And so you establish a link with your broker. And so when you click on a symbol, it loads into your broker's platform. Why is that good? Well, if you're like me, I'm clicking on a lot of symbols all day long. If I wanted to the NCI, the last winner. So if I wanted to trade NCI, well, I don't have to type it into my order entry. It's already there. Okay, it's showing up. Within Interactive Brokers, I've got all my different windows that I'm using within Interactive Brokers all linked together. So if I click on ARRY, see how it changes. Okay, it's linked. So I know we can link with Thinkorswim and all. So and many other brokerages. So that is the beauty of linking. I mean, even if somebody said, well, you know what, you're using Interactive Broker. Now I'm in Canada, so I do have a limited number of brokers I can use like this. But somebody say, well, you know what, you should be using this other broker in Canada. That's way better for some reason. But if I couldn't link, if I could not establish a link with it, I would not be using it. And by the way, I love Interactive Brokers, so that's never been an issue. But that's what linking does. Okay. All right, let me take a look at some of these. I've missed out completely today on everything. You don't auto trade though, do you, Premod? You don't auto trade. You're just linking to your E Trade account, then manually trading, or you? Hmm? Yeah, only linking. Okay. So my question is, I'm not talking to you, Tommy, but okay. I'm talking about. Yeah, you auto trade your. It's okay. I'm talking to Pramod. Um, is there any reason why you use Brokers Plus? You can link with E-Trade. You could trade from within E-Trade, but is there any particular reason why? I mean, it's fine if you do. I, I just wondering, is there any particular reason why you like to use Brokers Plus as opposed to just linking to E-Trade and then trading from within E-Trade? Oh, what's this one doing? INSG just over the whole number, pulling into the VWAP. Okay, maybe this is interesting. ISNG. Well, let me get the details. It's an earnings play, okay? INSG is an earnings play. Pulling into the VWAP, you can see that purple line on the 2 and the 5. It's pulling into it. It's had a great run, but it's starting to flatten out a little bit. I know there's a orange right there, but let's see what it does. Can the VWAP hold it? Can it act as support? And what did it get to today? It got up to almost 13. So we still have to get through that. 1271. There is room though. There is room, even if that 1271 blocked it. That is the next high looking left, or is it? Actually, the next high looking left. So next high looking left on the daily is 1218. I know it popped through that earlier, but will it do it again? Other thing is, to me, the spread is not great. 1190, 1211. It's a 21-cent spread for a $12 stock. That's not great. Well, E-Trade should be simple. I think like tools, external linking, and we actually have. If you add a link, you just go to add link, okay, and you follow the instructions. But one of the rules is E-Trade. So you see where it says keeping the mouse. So more than likely in E-Trade, you would take your pointer, put it into your order entry, okay, and then hit the shift key. That'll establish the link. But then, really, E-Trade, it didn't work. I think E-Trade, it should work. I'm wondering, is it the new version, the latest version of E-Trade, or E-Trade is not too friendly to us. Let me ask Chris regarding that very question because I mean that's bad if we can't. If you could link with Brokerage Plus, you have to be able to link using that external linking tool. You know what? Best thing to do is just go to info@trade-ideas.com. I wish I had E-Trade. I've never had E-Trade, but I cannot duplicate it. You see, it's well. Let me just quickly ask Chris. See, that's the issue. That could be the issue. That's what William is talking about. If it's getting rid of, because we cannot link to like the web-based versions of a brokerage platform. So if it's getting rid, if as William is saying, getting rid of the standalone app sometime next week, that can be that's going to be a major issue. Are you using the? But you Well, if we cannot link, like we can't. There are some web-based apps, right? Like web-based brokerage platforms that we cannot link to because it doesn't. The API doesn't work. So I don't know. I'm going to wait for Chris to answer. Okay. And if William is saying that they're getting rid of the standalone app, then that would be, yeah, we may not be able to link to E-Trade once that happens. But you're not using. Are you using the web-based version, Prema? You're probably not, though. You're using the down. You're still using the app, right? The application, not the web-based version. Yeah, Pepe. He says it's working, but it's he is able to get the link in, but it's just I don't know. The symbols are flashing. Well, if they get rid of the standalone app, Pepe, though, okay, I don't know enough about this. Can a web-based version have an API? I guess I guess that's the question. Can a web-based version of any platform have an API, or does that not make sense? It has to be a standalone app to have an API. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. I wish this had a better spread. I was going to take this one, but look at that 41, 41, 42 PRGS. I know it's super extended, but thought I would take one that's from William Scan. It just showed up at 11 o'clock, but Well, the problem is, of course, thanks for posting that, Spanky, and I'm sure, Pepe, you will well, I don't wanna say agree with me, but I mean, if E-Trade Pro but if they don't allow us really to access their API, and E-Trade has not been that friendly to us, then we have a problem. Is that correct? Okay, if they use the same API. Okay. Okay, guys. Man, oh man, I'm missing out. TNDM, it's just over 25 now. Earnings play, just over 25. Spread's not bad, only a nickel. So, and the next high looking left on a monthly chart, way up here, wow, way up there, 37.99. What about on a weekly chart? Yeah, so I mean, there is if this can hold 25, it might go on another run. Okay, and I know it's up already 34%. Not a high float, not a low float, 66 million. That has happened to us in the past. I'm not talking specifically with E-Trade, but we have a link. Understanding that other than Interactive Brokers has been really nice to work with, Alpaca now, and we're working with TradeStation now. When I say we're working to get, Brokers Plus working with TradeStation and all, but they've been working with us. Um, Other broker, they don't really care whether we can link with them or not. Okay, they and had a confirmation. So it'll be Steve Gomez taking over for me in about 50 minutes from now in our YouTube room. Okay, Fig is now underneath the VWAP. Okay, underneath the VWAP. This, and you know what? It's basing underneath the VWAP. This is turning into a potential short for us, guys. The longer it's been hanging around the VWAP area for a while, but it is now maybe drifting underneath the VWAP. It was an earnings play yesterday. Reaction was pretty good. Yeah, I'm not familiar with. Well, I'm familiar with Real Tick. I know the name, but I have no idea whether or not we link with them. And Fidelity Active. Oh, okay. Thank you, William. William knows Active Pro. I don't think William links though. I don't think he uses our linking at all. That is true, Paul. You cannot use the commission free because that's yeah. The API is not. You have to be using their what they call their pro for interactive brokers. All right, guys. Let's see if Tandem has a run here. Okay. It's hanging over. I mean, the spread is not great, but let's see if it has a run. You know, it's just over the whole number, and yeah, come on, get that spread up with a bit up. Well, the reentries have been pretty good today so far. Okay, for the AI. You know, yesterday was a kind of a crazy day. First of all, a lot of alerts. But look at the reentries. Okay, 2340 on the tandem. It hit the stop, came halfway between the original entry price and the stop, and that was 2340. So if you just wait for the reentries, just wait for them. Not saying they're all going to be like that, but oh, you do use linking with E-Trade. Oh, I for some reason I thought you didn't use linking at all, which I could never quite understand. But so I asked Chris, but Chris is out for the maybe for the day. So come on, tandem. Either take me out of the trade or move. Whoa, is that right? No. I'm shoot. I'm okay. Okay. Well, I'm getting some. My sound alert is going off for TNDM. Mm. Okay, guys. I'm just waiting. What time is it now? 11:16. So about 45 minutes. We'll be taking a break. Okay, how about this D now, guys? I mean, D now is just hanging around the VWAP right now. Okay, D now, DNOW, hanging around the VWAP. Let's see what it does. Is that going to block it, or is it going to pop through and maybe go on a bit of a run? AJ, using this like a watch list all day long, never minding the direction of the alert, because you don't get too many. You don't get too many. So, for instance, the D now, I mean, this was a short opportunity, but let's see what it does at the VWAP. I don't know if AJ is still in the room. Oh, silver is still strong, guys. I know it's had a little bit of choppiness, but it's still strong. Now it's up 4%, 4.7%. I mean, you're right. I mean, this could just turn into something you just watch all day long as a watch list. There's a few stocks in it now, but setting up either way. Yes. Okay. Finally, tandem. Maybe make the move now. The spread was getting to me a little bit. Well, as I said yesterday, you can always, instead of the new high or the new low of the day, why don't you just try new 5 minute or 5 minute high or 5 minute low? What do we have here in this? Let's take a look at the filters. You know what? I mean, you could get rid of the 500,000. I don't know. Well, you could drop the current volume. I have 8. Okay, you may not have 8. I've adjusted it to 8 because I was getting too many alerts. So relative volume was too many alerts underneath 8. So I adjusted it to 8 because I don't want a lot of alerts. This is the only one that I'm using a minimum because, again, the 10-day average, 500,000 shares a day. Usually I don't use that filter at all. The average over the last few days, I don't use a filter like that at all. But again, I was getting too many alerts, so I thought, okay, I'll keep it in. That's what William had. Now, the stock was up 25% in the last, or 25 cents. I don't know. Maybe you reduce that to 10 cents. I mean, you're maybe catch the move a little earlier in the last 5 minutes. Make it 10 cents or something, or down 10 cents. Okay. I mean, that might be an adjustment. You know what I'll do? Just out of curiosity, I'm going to duplicate this and just sort of see. Okay, so 15 cents. Okay, I'll try 10. Okay, just to see. I'm sure I'm going to get a lot more alerts. It's not necessary. I mean, I know I'm going to get a lot more alerts, but and compare. So here's water as an example. Okay. So what happened is it popped down and then it came back up. So I mean but I'll just take a look at them side by side and just see what happens. Again, though, yeah, as you know, there's no such thing. The problem, of course, when you reduce your filter values, yeah, you'll get more and you might catch the move earlier, but it may not continue like having it at 25 cents as an example, right? We don't know. That's why you got to it's trial and error. There's no magic formula necessarily. So for the one that you would catch early, maybe there's 10 others that you don't, or it doesn't matter. And how do you decide which one to take? I mean, if I were looking at this just today on its own, I think this has been a fabulous alert machine today. The fig I was waiting on. Want to see what's happening with the fig. See, the look at the fig, guys. I mean, it looks like it wants it. So if you wanted to short this, what's that? 26, 26. What's the VWAP? Yeah, you could put a stop just over the VWAP and maybe take the short, and you get stopped out with a tight stop, fairly tight stop over the VWAP. Okay, not recommending anybody do the same thing, but it's definitely looking interesting. For me, if it drops, what are we now? 26.53. So, I mean, if it took out the low there, got into the 26.44s, that might be enough to keep moving it down for a bit. I'm talking about the FIG fig. But when you say trade ideas has a learning curve, I mean, it's not. I don't call that so much a learning curve, tweaking a scan, because you've got the idea of the scan, which would be the original learning curve, but it's now tweaking the scan, which has really got nothing to do with. I mean, it's obviously got you're using trade ideas to tweak the scan, but it's more. I mean, to me, the learning curve is, well, how do I put a scan together? That's the learning curve. But now tweaking the scan is this more of a trading. It's semantics. I know it's maybe just a moot point, but all right. Well, tandem is I mean, still in it. It's not been easy because of the spread, but let's hope. And that made another new high here, but it has not been easy because of the spread. All right, guys. So the market is starting to drift down a little bit here. And look at the challenge on the SPY right here. Here's that purple line, mauve line, and that is the VWAP. So will that hold it? Will it hold it? Will it act as support? So will that start to drag some of the stocks down? Okay. I mean, it should be, depending on what you're trading, of course, but it should start dragging some of the stocks down. Oh, I remember this one from yesterday, rare. It was, yeah, it was a continuation. Okay, guys, Fig did not work for me. I took myself out of that short. I know it hasn't popped above here, but I don't know. It just looks like it. I may take a look at it again. I had the trigger at 26.45. May took a look at it again. So just a small. I had to test it. I wanted to test it. Well, here's a challenge, guys. Right now for the SPY, will that VWAP hold it? Will it act as support coming down into it? Okay, Fig is teasing me again here, guys. Fig is teasing me again, but it's just going to basically, I guess it's going to have to take a bigger drop for me to get maybe down. Just give me a moment. Okay, well, let's see if that second attempt is going to work for me on the Fig short. Maybe we get a slightly better fill than at the price alert. So we'll see. All right, guy. Okay, I'm just going to start creating some price alerts underneath, see if I can induce it down. Words. Okay, again, watching the SPY. So, I'm watching some of these, stock like Fig could get influenced a little bit by the SPY. So you can see what happened. It broke down a little bit underneath the VWAP, but then it's come right back up. So, there's still a challenge of knowing which way it's going to go. Now, I hope Fig is not so in tune with what the SPY is doing. I want it to be trading more on its own. I may not get that wish. I think Fig is following the SPY too much. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of watching the fig to see if it gets back, maybe just into the 30s even. At least tandem is working mildly well for me. At least the spread is tightened up on tandem. Only a 3 cent spread now. Okay, guys. So yeah, about 20 minutes from now, I'll be taking a break. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. I guess this one, I don't know if it's still working well. It definitely did work well at the beginning. Under Armour. Yeah, wow, nice, very nice actually. What was the trigger? 710 or 720, something like that. So a very nice trade of the week. Nice percentage move. Silver is still strong, guys. Now it's up 5%. Silver is still very strong. Up 5%. All right, guys. Well, I'm probably, well, maybe not. I'm just thinking the fig is just sort of, it's just so uninteresting right now for me. I really thought maybe underneath that VWAP it would start to drop, but it's just sort of hanging in there still. In case you're wondering, I have, if I'm in a trade, I have it on my other monitors. Okay, I have thumbnail, so I don't have to have it on my main monitor. I've got a few thumbnail charts on my other monitor. Yeah, I think Fig is just, I mean, I'm going to probably get out of it. It's just following the market a little too much. Can I show the settings for the 5-minute configuration? Which 5-minute configuration are you talking about, Paul? Not sure. I know what you mean the chart or like what are you talking about? The 5-minute. The 5-minute. I don't have a 5-minute alert. So I don't know what you mean by the 5-minute configuration. Are you talking about this? You're not talking about the races. I'm sorry, I just don't know what you mean by my 5-minute configuration. Oh, are you talking about this one? The up and down 25 cents? Oh, okay. So on my homepage, I don't have this actually on my homepage at all. Okay. But this is sort of the original alert or filters. Okay. So here we have the stock has to be up at least 25 cents in the last 5 minutes. A change in 5 minutes, at least 25 cents up or 25 cents down. So what I did was I duplicated it because I still want to see this. So I just made a change. So now it only has to be a dime. It has to be up a dime, up or down. That's all. Okay. Now, if you want this, so really is the question you want this scan because it's not on my homepage. I'm just okay. I'm just trying to compare them to see, what are gonna be the differences, in changing that to just having to be up 10 cents or down 10 cents. So if you want this scan the way it is like this, okay, AJ, easy answer to that. So let me just get Paul that, scan. This should be this is the last one, okay? Now this is the don't repeat version, okay? So that is the don't repeat version of it. And you know what I mean by that? So yeah, AJ, very simple. Right click on your chart, go to properties, and then you either have symbol linking checked or unchecked. So if you want the like on my spy chart, okay. So when I click on XIFR, all these time frames change, but the spy does not. That's because when I right click on my spy chart and go to properties, symbol linking is unchecked. Okay. That's how you do it. Just uncheck the symbol linking. Okay. See what I'm pointing at? See, it's easy once you know how to do it, okay? It's not necessarily that intuitive, okay? So, don't forget to save your work, any changes you make, save your work. And like, yeah, at the very I mean, this is for everybody. You make any change at all, like I just made a change, uncheck symbol linking or check symbol linking or any change at all, even if you think it's minor. If you exit trade ideas without saving, it's not going to remember that you did that. So file the at least do this. File and exit, and it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then all your changes you made will be saved. Well, here's our answer. Short term, anyway, guys. I mean, look at the SPY. The SPY was hovering around the VWAP, and the VWAP has looked like it wants to act as support. So bounced off that VWAP area so far, and that's that the fig was too influenced by the overall SPY. I thought it might trade more on its own. William, you mentioned this one in the pre-market, I think, Akamai, and I forgot to put it up. And this is an earnings play. Yeah, I'm going to be taking my break soon. I'm out of the tandem now too. I never really loved that spread. Made a little bit on it, but I decided to turf that one. Just didn't like the spread. When I got in, the spread wasn't terrible, but then the spread started to widen it. And mainly because I'm taking a break. But it's not, because I think that if I look at tandem, where are you, tandem? If I look at tandem, yeah, I mean, it still looks pretty good, on the wave, except right there, you see the poking down right there through it. That certainly was my signal. So let's take a look at the reentries, okay, before I take off. 11:46. So here's a reentry for RXT. So if you didn't take it the first time, if you'd taken it the first time, it would have worked okay. But look what happened. It did hit a stop, and you had a reentry at 157. Obviously, it's above that now. Not a lot, but it is above it. This is a nice one, though. The tandem actually hit a stop, 23.40. So that's almost $2 above. And what about this one, the Grail, GRAL? Yeah, I mean, it's below. So if you'd waited to short it right there, 54.71, and this could be moving down now. So remember now, if you have the AI, pay attention to the reentry columns and get rid of the filter that is check profitable trades. Okay, get rid of that. Uncheck it. You should see trades all day long, and you would miss the reentries if you have that checked. If you don't know what I'm talking about and you have the AI, let me know and I'll go over it a lot more in more detail before I take my break. Okay. So let's take a look at our sectors again. Silver still leading the way, and well, interesting. Healthcare, XLV, and IBB are not at the bottom anymore. OIH is though. OIH at the bottom. Oil services. So energy, XLE, and so right now, if you're looking, so why this could be important to your style of trading. If you wanted to take an energy stock today, so you look at XLE. I mean, it's not. I mean, I'm not saying it's crashing, but it's down 1%. So right now, you'd be unless an energy stock is trading on its own, maybe it has earnings or some news on its own, more than likely, if you're trying and you want to go long, you're fighting the sector. So why would you do that? And the same thing with silver. Silver, strong sector. If you wanted to short a silver stock, I'm not saying nothing would work, but you're fighting the sector unless that stock has some news on its own. Boy, this is looking weak now, guys. The GRAL weakening. But as always, look at the VWAP. So the VWAP is around 53, so it's approaching the VWAP. Will the VWAP act as support? Will it act as support and then bounce off it? And that's for the GRAL. I think PINS is near the high of the day. PINS, yes, it is. Why? I don't know. Oh my gosh. SP. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Michael. Very sorry to hear that. Nice to see you again, but I'm definitely very sorry to hear that. I do remember you. Guys, Grail is really starting to give it up now. GRAL really starting to give it up. Picking up steam now. So what is it going to do with the VWAP? Is it going to hold it or is that going to act as support? Wow, this is really starting to give it up, guys. GRAL underneath the VWAP now, underneath the VWAP, and really starting to accelerate downwards. I mean, it's already been on a down since, since 11:30. Price was 55.79. Remember, had news, earnings, but also something about their medical, their let's see, early detection of cancer. They have, I guess, a device that can detect it, and it didn't work, or something to that effect. It certainly it's had a setback. How's that? Okay, guys, it's 11:54, so I am going to get set for my break in about 5 minutes. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. So before I do that, I will put the YouTube link into the main room. Okay, so there's the link to get into YouTube. He's not there yet, but he should be there in about 5 minutes. And I'll put my announcement up. Okay, so when I take my break, I'll be back at about 1 o'clock. All right, CMBT. This is a larger cap stock. It's had a nice little run. It's over the whole number. Spread is only a penny. A lot of good things. The wave is blue. What else do we have? Monthly chart. It don't have to worry about that monthly high. The next monthly high, at least let me make sure. Yeah, 14. So it's a little bit above that monthly high. The next monthly high is around 1760. So obviously, oh, you miserable. Now you're doing it. There's Fig. I guess I should have waited for a break or get over the VWAP. I had, just like AJ, was saying before, I had too many shares. I had too many shares. Otherwise, I could have waited to see if it got closer to the VWAP or broke above. Now it's doing what I was hoping it would do, and it's really got nothing to do with the market. It's all about timing. 2 times I tried to short this. Boy, Grail is just, yeah, and this is now, nothing to do with the market now. Fig is just moving on its own down. Market is not moving down. So, Grail underneath the VWAP now. Looks like it's giving the VWAP up in a fairly substantial way. The VWAP's at, well, yeah, 53.25 or so. All right, guys, just waiting for Steve to take over for me in our YouTube room. Grail picking up steam on the way down. I'm not in it. Okay. I'm going to be taking my break. So there's no way I was going to take something like this. It's a little too volatile. So I am not in it, but boy, look at that break of the VWAP now. And the reentry at 54.71 from our AI. This is a better one. I'm not in tandem anymore just because of the spread. And I knew I was going to be taking my break, but look at that reentry, 23.40, 25.30 now. So a couple of dollars from that reentry. This is a lot. This is more like it. Yesterday we had a whole bunch of, well, first of all, we had a lot of alerts and a lot of reentries. This was a very atypical day. Remember, the reentry only happens if a stock hits the stop and then comes halfway between the original alert price and that stop price. And usually, it doesn't happen that often. Some days you may not get any reentries. All right, just waiting to hear a little pop. That means that Steve will be in the room. All right, I heard a little pop. Okay, guys, I think Steve is in our YouTube room right now, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Steve Gomez to our YouTube room, obviously gearing up for the next Winter Olympics after all the skiing you've done over the last 2 weeks. And yes.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. You must be really got that ski tan,
refreshed. Right? Windburned. Man, it was like
a
60-degree mile-an-hour wind up at the top
of
Arapahoe, or what was it, Loveland,
Yeah.
So, definitely. I met Jake Wojcicki, I think his name is. He used to work for TrendSpider, and he's got like a big following.
Oh, yeah.
Great kid. I really liked him. I really enjoyed hanging out with him. Yeah, good time.
How'd you meet him? How did you just by fluke?
Well, he and Brian are close. They've traveled together.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And he's a great snowboarder. So
okay.
Hang on a second. I'll be with everybody. I've got to let somebody in chat know who just won't let me go that he can come in here and finish our conversation. So I'll be right with you.
Okay. I'll keep going until you completely take over. All right, guys. Well, look at RXT also. Another great re-entry from the AI. All three have worked out extremely well from the re-entry price from our AI today. Extremely well.
All right. Which one was that? What were you talking about?
Well, we've got three on the re-entries, okay? And one is RXT. We had a re-entry at 157.
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
And we also had a re-entry on Tandem, TNDM, at 23.40. Take a look at that one.
Yep.
And then we had a re-entry to short, GRAL, at 54.71 to short it.
I see. What was the first one again? I wanted to see that.
The first one was RXT.
RXT. See what what I noticed about this right away is my 15-minute. People often ask about how do I play, the Holly plays, the re-enters or whatever. And so, this RXT is a valid symbol for the whole day. It's in play, but I'm drawing on my screen there. That's the 10 SMA on my 15-minute. That's just the bread and butter. You've heard me say it a million times, Barry. Perfect entry point for a re-entry on that particular.
Well, listen, Steve, I don't have the 10 SMA drawn on the 50. I don't even have a 15-minute chart. How close is that to the VWAP? Well, what is the actual number, of the 10 SMA?
The actual number of the 10 SMA right there, let's see, is it looks like around 178.
Okay, so the VWAP is 170. So it's it's pretty close.
I can actually I could go in and draw the VWAP.
If you draw the VWAP on it doesn't matter what time frame, but if you look at a 5 or a 2, but if you have it on the 15, you should see that it came right into the VWAP and
they correspond. Interestingly enough, because of the volume part, they corresponded. They crossed roads back at the point where I was saying the great entry would be. So whether you're using VWAP on my screen on the right chart for people, what I'm talking about, or VWAP or my 10 SMA. Interestingly enough, they both converged at the same price point at the same time. So
cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just good to know.
All right. So I will come back in about an hour, and you don't have a meeting at 1, so I can be I can come back at even 1:03.
Yeah. You got it. Go watch some curling replays.
Yeah. Well, I think the hockey is coming up for us. Canada and Finland. I think that's coming up. So, okay.
I'd watch that. What time is that on?
Well, I know it's sometime today, so I'm
Okay, I'll
not sure
find it.
what.
Yeah, cool.
No, okay. Okay.
See you, Barry.
Okay, bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Hello, Vito. Hello, Stephen. RXT waiting for first major pullback. Yeah, so that was what we were just talking about there. Hindsight is 2020, Stephen. So if we were waiting back here, whether it was the View app or the 10 SMA, that was your sweet spot entry on an AI Holly call. So good example there. So yeah, it's kind of nice to be back in the captain's chair. I did have my laptop on the road in the hotel, but it's always nice to be with your desktop and all your tools. Let's see what's going on. So Arquette, I noticed the drones were kind of trying to come into play last couple of days. I can see that, Vito. I don't know why I'm a glutton for pain, but UAVS, I thought I'd try some of that on the open, but it's just kind of not doing a whole lot. And what I'll do, as I usually do as a swing trader, is at the end of the day, if I see things that aren't working, I'll just sell those and turn those into cash. All right, you're welcome. Let's see. I guess I'm sure Barry discussed it, the headline news that came out for the Supreme Court and the tariff issue. Surprisingly, the market had no real crazy knee-jerk reaction, which I'm happy about. But I'm playing some ETF size in crypto now. This is a 15-minute chart of HBAR, and you can see this volume spike was when I think the news came out, and so things kind of lit up a little bit. And been talking to Andy about how Bitcoin's only up 99% here on a 15-minute chart. XRP, my favorite coin, these are the utility coins I call them, is up 1.6% now. XLM, which is a peer-to-peer utility coin, it's at 3.8, and then HBAR, my new favorite, is at 2.89. My point is they're all outperforming Bitcoin because Bitcoin is a store of value crypto, which is great, but it doesn't have any utility. So it's like digital gold bar. The XRP, XLM, HBAR, XDC, and even Doge, these are all considered utility, meaning, the new financial system that I hope is coming. You can run currency cross-border around the world through different niches, whether it's enterprise or peer-to-peer or banks and institutional and other stuff. So I've been watching closely, really is what I'm trying to get at here. I'm watching closely to see if when the crypto market bounces, is Bitcoin going to lead the way, which it's not doing right now, or are the utility coins going to lead the way in percent values? So I'm really watching that closely for anybody that's interested in that stuff. Let me see if I can stretch this window out more so I can see the comments better. PSLV, yeah, Patrick. So let me go over my positions. I'll do that now. I noticed yesterday, I got in, I flew in early and I still had 2 hours to trade. And I noticed there were some real nice setups in silver miners. So I picked up some HL yesterday at the close. I liked the way it was kind of cupping there on the daily. And then Andy told me this morning, it looked really good on his eye, was his ORLA. And that's almost going back to high. So the silver miners started the day with the nicest change from the open. Let me just show you guys. I'm sit back in the new captain's chair. I've been out of the market for a few days, and I sit down. What's the first thing I look at is what is the sorted? I'm sorting my ETF list, change from the open, and SIL was just leading the way. And then when that news came out, it dropped down. And it shuffled around a little bit, but we've got copper, silver, some China. And so this is a really important focus for me every day to figure out where I want to put my focus. Because you've heard the word rotation, the markets rotate. Well, this is my best tool to figure out how to rotate. And it's not really something I can share because it has a symbol list, but all it is just a simple top list that I can share with you. and then you can just add to it, on your own. And one of the easiest ways to do it is just, on the fly. If you've got something you like, you can right click and then you go send to, and you send to the symbol list that you just made. So that's the way to do it. But for all intents and purposes, I mentioned the crypto. I'm back in pretty heavily weighted position in HBAR, which is HBR. That's one of the cryptos I showed you. HBAR is the token. And it's a super efficient way. It's built for speed and giant scalability. And if you want to look it up, you can look up FedEx and HBAR. Hedera, they just, they're making deals. They just made a deal where FedEx is going to use the utility of Hedera's HBAR for their logistics, which is kind of a pretty big deal. So I'm super bullish on HBAR. So I'm adding to that leverage with the ETF here in my 401k. That one's up the most for me today. The next one that's up the most for me, as I mentioned, HL. I bought at the close yesterday, noticing that it was silver was looking interesting. So it's trying to bounce back to highs, but I guess I have a lot of it. So it's the next best one. And then back to XRPI. Like I said, I've got a lot of crypto, which is the XRP token, Ripple, which is my favorite, and along with Hedera. I'm adding to the exposure. I'm bringing in much more weighting and leverage, kind of without leverage, just applying a lot of cash to the ETF, XRPI. So if this crypto malaise is finally going to end, I want to be long these utility ETFs and hope that they outperform Bitcoin. JetBlue I stayed long this one over my trip. Had a great day, then a giant reversal, but I think it's just kind of creating a little range. I'm going to stay long that. I also bought yesterday at the close when I came back into town. I had some cash. I noticed the same thing. I was looking at the sectors and noticed the uranium stocks. So I bought a little bit of DNN and UEC, but they're just reversing on me today. So these could be two that if they don't close the way I like, I could just sell them for a small loss and raise that cash for tomorrow. And what else? That's pretty much it. I mentioned this stupid UAVS. I might have to sell this if I can't do anything today. And DJT, I was out, but I noticed there was a giant smash on when I was skiing in the hotel room. I saw a giant raid of puts broke down and tested that low. And I've been in and out of this stock a few times. So right there, it tested that low. And then I bought it as it bounced back. So I don't know. We'll see. That's it for me. Whatever you guys want to talk about. If anybody is here, I know I sent somebody that I was talking to in chat. If you showed up, I think your name was Leonard. Happy to help if you needed some more assistance on that. But yeah, I was just getting some selling, it looks like. And you can see in this compare account window, there's been a little spike in new lows coming in. Hello, sure. Let's look at some stocks. Happy to do that. Solar CSIQ, major downtrend, and it's above the 200-day, which is good, but it's still getting suppressed by that 50-day. And I've been again spending the weekend with Brian, just reminding myself that 50-day moving average is just such a bill of health, and anything that's below the 50-day is suspect. It's one of the reasons I won't stay in Rum. I love Rumble Media. I think it's going to do something, but it just keeps disappointing me. And so I basically said I'm going to stop allocating cash, my precious cash. It's a cash account, the 401k. There's no margin. And sometimes that helps me by not trading too much. So cash becomes real key and sacred. So at the end of the day, I just get rid of stuff that doesn't look good. And one of my key super rules is if it's below the 50-day moving average, I'm really just kind of turning my canoe upstream. The bill of health is not quite there. So I'm trying to really focus more on stocks that have above the 50-day, at least for for short-term trading or things I'm looking for. But CSIQ is in that downtrend. And so it's kind of guilty until proven innocent. But in the interim, I'll say this, the reason I have this colored blue is the same colored blue as the 50-day moving average, because to me, when I shift to the 15 period, the time period, the 5-day moving average becomes my bill of health. And you can see why. Resistance, numerous resistance, and then it comes back, it gathers strength, pushes through. So in the short term, it's looking okay, but it's, it's had a pretty big pullback here, and you never know if that's going to stick. I need to turn that VWAP off. I don't want that. There we go. So now it's broken back through my favorite moving average, and so it's just kind of in no man's land. So if you like the stock, if it starts to dig in down here towards the 5-day moving average, that could be considered an entry. What else did you have there? IBNZ. Oh, IONZ. Sorry. A lot better. Much better than the one you showed me there before on both time frames now. So see, selling is picking up. Beautiful daily chart, because it broke through its 50-day moving average and has given us a really nice consolidation. So this is just building up energy where the path of least resistance is likely going to be a continuation. So you've got, a good check on the daily chart. Now on the intraday, you're back above the health of the 5-day moving average. You got some volume coming in, and you just made a new high. That's a good looking chart. What is this? Again, this is it's a short. No wonder it's going up. I'm seeing all this red coming through. Excuse me. Let's see. PUMP, is that a stock or is that a comment? If that's a stock, it's an ugly stock. But I'm seeing a lot. See all the red coming through my tickers, guys? This is how I use trade ideas. I can see in real time the pulse of the market. Something's happening here to the downside, and new lows are showing up left and right in the live tickers. And then so I can go to the NASDAQ and the S&P and just see what the indices are doing. Maybe there's a headline out there I'm missing. I don't know. You check the bonds with the TLT. Silver and gold that were doing well are still kind of hanging in there. What's crypto doing? A bit of a pullback, but anyway, in the bigger picture, let me just expand on this. In the short-term moment, we're seeing a lot of new lows. These are all new lows coming through, and I'm happy to share this, by the way, this compare count. It'll come through. It's very helpful. But look at the bigger picture today from the standpoint of, since the bell, 57% of these stocks are making new highs versus 43% new lows. Now, before I share this, let me qualify that if we configure it, I've got this dialed into, using my config panel, I've got this dialed into things that are only, what were they? Oh, wait a minute. No, maybe I changed it 5 to 500. I thought I had it as a small cap. Maybe I don't have it as a small cap anymore. I did. I opened it back up. It's not so much a small cap. So anything $5 to $500 will come through as long as it's doing relative volume of 1. So that tells me the stocks that are really doing things. I think that's an important feature. So anyway, that said, there's nothing that you would really need to do to this. I can share this. And it's a nice market pulse to just really take the power of our real-time scanner. You're not having to hit refresh, enter, submit, all that. That's what a screener does. If you're new and you're not sure why Trade Ideas is different and the best, it's because this is like a police scanner. It's monitoring everything in real time, and then you're just suppressing what you don't want to see. So it looks like we're back to a real directionless, volatile market. Things don't last long. The directions don't follow through. Yeah, the copper COPX I saw was doing well. It's holding in there. I like TGB as one of those names. Yep. Guys, let me just clear out a couple of chats here, distracting. All right, so caught up. It is midday. It's the midday live market curse Andy and I joke about, but I mean, honestly, that's to be, I guess, expected. If there's going to be a pullback midday, it's probably the time when it happens, and that's when we do these webinars. But if anybody here is looking for help that they weren't able to get on an email or chat, that's the primary focus of this half hour. Copper is now the number one change from the close. I'm sorry, change from the open. So here come the sellers for some reason. Yep, more selling. Just must be more headlines. Or not, who knows? But anyway, happy Friday. Oh, and it's expiration Friday. I kind of keep forgetting that. So very, very difficult to get big directional days, I think, on an options expiration month, which we are here. And it's the third Friday in the month. And that likely is contributing to reversals like this and lack of follow through. Andy and I kind of reminded each other about this morning when the market opened that could be some frustration if you're looking for follow through in the stocks that you own. And that doesn't mean that things aren't having big moves. They're out there for sure. But in a general sense, we go to the indexes. Look, we opened up down here. Okay, and we screamed all the way up here to yesterday's highs, check out, see what's going on, and reversal. So we've given back half of today. It's just noise. It's just what it is. But I got to say, I'm pleasantly surprised that the market handled that tariff Supreme Court news as well as it did, unless I'm wrong and we close horribly, but we'll see. All right, so I look at my P&L and I see that these nuclear stocks aren't doing that good, but here's something I don't like to do at all. Midday, I'm looking at a stock that, okay, it didn't follow through. It looked great on the open, wonderful, here we go. But here we are midday and it's a complete reversal. If I sell this stock midday, chances are it very well could find support at the 5-day moving average here midday. And then I'm asking myself at the close, why didn't you wait for the close? So as much as I don't like the stock, being down for me, I have to just wait and see what happens at this level of interest. This is the level of interest that I'm concerned with midday. So what I'm saying is, in hindsight, when I sell things midday, I could be in a bad mood and just say, oh, screw it, just get this off my screen. I come back at the end of the day and it's back up here and I say, why did you not follow your rule? What's your rule? My rule is to wait for the closing candle. So it's just still one of the things after all these years I still battle sometimes, is I just get a little frustrated with things not moving. And I'll say, great, I'll just sell you here and raise cash. Now, if it doesn't bounce and it starts to get weak and the market starts to break down and I start to get some closing candles down here, not like this, those are fake outs, but you start to get some red solid candles down like this, I'll sell that sucker midday. But what I'm saying is right here, just above it, I have regretted so many times. Look at the slope of the line. The slope is starting to turn up. It's midday. Markets have to breathe. if I get frustrated and sell this and look at the, the amount of dollars that it's down and sell it because of that, then I'm not trading as well as I need to be. Mike, CSIQ possible bounce area just hair below the 20 and 15 minute chart demand zone, low volume. Let's see, go back to CSIQ. Yeah, it's been a very nasty pullback. It got completely stymied by the 20 on the daily chart. The 20 on the intraday 15-minute could hold up. That could be a backstop. I see what you're saying there. And the opinion. Everything's an opinion. Nothing wrong with that. Let's put the 20 in there just to see. Because I think I know what you're saying. So we'll say quick indicator, SMA. And what did it do? It didn't do that right. Just hold on a second here. Things are really getting red. Doesn't look like anything's, I see there's no green whatsoever coming through at the moment. My S&P high low is nothing but red. This compare can't window, which I need to share. I think I shared it. Yeah. And then my particular list of ideas that I like. So just a lot of selling in the moment. Check in on crypto there and see. Yep, see even a breakdown in crypto. Same thing, 15-minute chart, 10 SMA. Should have held right there, but they can't. Can't hold it. And this has been the way the market's, it's been a difficult market for sure. Let's zoom out again on the S&P. This is tough. It's just, things don't move for long, and rotations can even last half a day. Something can be strong in the morning and then reverse course midday, sector-wise. But, for CSIQ, I would probably look at this. We've lost our moving averages for sure. Gosh dang it! What happened to my 5? I need to reload my. Hang on a second here. I did something I don't like. I lost my 130. I'm just going to go back to this. Simple moving average, 130 blue. And there you go. That way I don't have to reload my layout. If I reloaded my layout, I'm going to lose all of this data. And I kind of like to keep that running. General market. Let's take a look at also, Mike, the solar ETF. Oops, the ETF as a sector whole. Let's see how they're doing. So CSIQ is really underperforming a sector that's been doing well. And at some point, you got to ask yourself, is it going to play catch up? Or if the sector itself rolls over, like here we are on the daily, this ugly daily wick, and we're also testing the intraday. So if this thing starts to come down into this area, I don't think I'd want to touch CSIQ because it's been lagging already and it's going to have no real help behind it. So always try to keep an eye on this general ETF. What's the sector doing? But ideally, it should bounce right there. If it doesn't, again, then we shift into my rule of if we get closing candles below the key moving averages, those closing candles tell me there's probably more momentum behind it. If the candle closes with a wick or a bottoming tail, then I'm glad I waited for the closing candle. But again, like I was saying a minute ago, I just got to remind myself it's options expiration. And the things we don't see, the derivatives, the expirations of options and things, they control price action, not what you and I are buying and selling. So it's nice to get these Fridays out of the way. And they're always, Chris took the day off. He was smart. or maybe he's out there trading. I don't know. I'm pulling his hair out, but it's a frustrating, typical type of day, the third Friday of every month. Under Armour, curiously. So, I mean, speaking of that, that was the trade of the week. And I just had noticed that before I left town for skiing that, retail was so strong and the markets had been so volatile. But here was a stock that was finding a way to follow through. And it gave us 1, 2, 3 days of perfect pullback and then popped this day in there, a little bit of green candle, and then took it out. And basically, it's been a pretty decent trade of the week. Am I in it? No. It was just a pick. Because I had to pick something, and I knew I was going to be out of town, so I was really, really light on my feet. And then, started to get a few things towards the end of the trip, sitting in the hotel, looking at a few things. And then when I got back yesterday, I added. Looks like silver has worked its way up again towards the top of the heap. It didn't buy much into that market stock pullback, so that should be good for the two silver miners that I own, HL and Orle. Maybe by the end of the day, those will keep going for me. But then the nuke stocks, okay, perfect example right here. UEC needs to hold this. I will be happy if UEC rolls back over and this test fails. I will be happy to close that out midday if it's a closing candle below there and start raising cash for new ideas tomorrow. It's just my style. And it's really worked out well. Once they went to, if you've been around, you remember that if you had a non-leveraged account, you had to wait 3 days for trade settlement. Otherwise, you get those good faith notices. You get 3 strikes, and then they really restrict you. Well, of course, I hit those 3 strikes immediately, but then they changed it to T+1. So anything I sell today, I get overnight back tomorrow. And so I'm always trying to recycle cash where I can get maybe 10, 20, 25, maybe even 30% for fresh ideas the next day. That's really been working well for me. It keeps me from getting married to things. And let me tell you this, when I get to the end of the day and, Brian or Andy sends me an idea and I'm like, I'm out of money. Or if I see something I think I want, in the last hour, I'm out of money. It's actually a good thing. Sometimes blessed are the things that don't happen to you. So it works out perfect for me. So it allows me to focus on a lot of things at once during the day and not just be day trading and trying to scalp things. But yeah, let me know how I can help, guys. I'm here for another 30 minutes. So otherwise, I'm just going to keep talking about the market. Okay, so VHRCK, is that really a name of a stock? VHRCK? No. But RDTL is. No. Granite shares, double long. Oh, Reddit. Okay. RDTT. So it's a double Reddit. Okay. RDTL. So it's 2 times long Reddit. Now, when you're going to play bottom picking, this is a candidate. But let's do this. This is a great. This is a great teaching point on this. All right. We're not going to look at the double chart because this is like going to a carnival and going through the fun house and you're all distorted. We're going to focus on the underlying. Now we can look at the technicals and rely on them more. And it's doing a couple of really good things, in my opinion. So if you're looking to bottom pick something, you never want to buy new lows. You want to, in other words, buy the dip. You want to buy the strength after the dip. What does that mean? Well, a couple of things, and it's showing up here. The 10 SMA is now flattening, and you've got 1, 2. This is our third day of trading above a flattening 10 SMA that was once driving the price lower. So what I call this is like the beginning of the bird in the hand setup. That's trademark. That goes to me. So the price stops going down. It just kind of starts to slide sideways. And then eventually, hopefully, ideally, the bird takes flight. So it's looking good on the daily chart. Now we switch to the intraday, and it's also giving us some nice semblance. It's above our 5-day moving average. And look at this again. This is the correlation that I reference all the time. Look at all the trouble it had at the 5-day. Then it breaks through. Then it comes back and retests it, moves higher, comes back and retests it again. Now it's off and it's saying, okay, in the 15-minute world, I'm above the 5. I'm in good health. And then if we take it one more lens deeper, we can see that the buyers are showing up today with volume. And more importantly, that volume is holding the momentum of the 10 SMA. This is my third and final indicator. So this is a really good setup. I like that. It's a very good setup. It just needs to stay above the 5-day moving average now. Okay, so Paul, I'm using a simple moving average. The one that I just referenced here, I call the momentum line. Once something's in momentum, it needs to stay in momentum, and it needs to close above. It can wick below like it does there and trick you out, try and fake you out, but it needs to stay above this rising 10 SMA. And then the other one is the 5-day moving SMA, but it's built using 130 candles, because 130 divides into 5 trading days perfectly. And so rather than me adding another 5-day moving average on this messy daily chart, I can zoom in and have the same value show me a nice perspective visually on the 15-minute chart. So, these are the only 2 indicators I use on the intraday 15-minute chart. So I hope that helps. Is you ticket the same setup? I assume you mean. No, it's not the same setup because it's below the 10 SMA. It's sliding sideways, but it's the exact opposite of what you don't want to see. If this is what you're looking at, look what's happening. The price is now getting scared of the 5-day moving average coming down to meet it. So if the 10 SMA looked like this, I'm sorry, let me clear that. If the 10 SMA was holding the price down like this, and then it's above it going sideways, that's one thing. But this is the 10 SMA here. It slammed it on this day, and it doesn't want any part of it. And if we revert to the intraday, it's now getting mighty scared of this 5-day. So this is a very weak, sickly looking setup, in my opinion. Should Reddit be showing on your bird in the hand setup? I don't see it there. Let's play it. That's a great question, because that allows us to open it and then kind of play around a little bit to see what we could do to massage our returns on that. So if we go bird in the hand setup, this looks like the most recent. No, that's a history. We'll grab that and we'll load this setting. And if we run a history, we have these types of names. Target. I wonder if I have a different version. I don't think it should be an alert window. Let me see. Let me try keyword hand. Bird in the hand top list. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. There we go, a little better. Most of these things should be in a downtrend and then sliding here above the 10 SMA. So this is what they look like, but how do we scan for them? All right, so let me go through and just kind of show you. And then we can try and reverse engineer and see if we can get Reddit on there. Okay, so price would not keep Reddit back. We'll play around with that, but for the most part, I'm using some day ranges here. Position in 3-month range, it can't be more than 30% off its 3-month range low, so it's down. That ensures that it's in a downtrend. 5-day range, I'm looking for that. Remember, we're trying to find the ones that are sliding sideways. So I found a maximum of 8%, meaning it never really went above or below 8% from high to low over 5 days. That seemed to work okay. You could experiment with that. And it never went more than a change in 5 days of 4%. So the range never changed. It never grew or rose more than 4%. And the amplitude from high to low during that 5 days was no more than 8%. We could even make that 7 if we wanted. Okay, so there's the change from 10 SMA. The minimum of that ensures that it's above, and that's what we wanted it to be. Like I said, we want the price sliding sideways above the 10 SMA. And as a bonus, I want it above the 22 as well. So I could even take that 20 out, and that's probably what's holding out Reddit. Let's take the 20 out. I bet you that's what it could be. Position in 10-day range. So after the last 10 days, it's off its lows. It's up and it's holding a 10-day range and then average volume. Let's see what happens. Is Reddit in there? Let's look at Reddit. So Reddit is not above its 20. So that's why taking out the 20 was a thought. Let's just double check. Sort by symbol. I don't see it in there. Okay, so what would it be missing? Let's see. I don't think it's had enough days to go sideways. The 5-day range is probably, it's a lot more than 4%. But I'm going to pass this out right now as is, and then use it, and then keep an eye on it. It might pop up in a day or two. So the way I originally had it, of course, is with the 20 SMA also being above. But, you know, with this one, it either is or it isn't. I would prefer it. I would prefer it is. And I'm gonna add that back in because that's the way I will share it, because that's the way I originally built it. So it's at least at or above the 20 SMA. And you can see that filters them back down and gives us a better quality sample. And then I can share this with you guys. All right. It was a good exercise. But again, you know, the original question was about looking at that Reddit double ETF. Don't look at doubles or triples on the charts. You got to go back and look at the underlying stock to get the true technical read. So it looks like we're getting some green to come back in the market. If I switch back to the Qs, we get a little bit of a bounce there. So just back to the choppy nature. Oh, HL coming through highs, or 30-minute high. I'm long this one. I want to see that. But you can see how, especially these silver miners, they've been doing it a lot. I'm sure Patrick knows what I'm talking about. They sucker you in on the open and then really try and flush the weak hands out midday. See what's happening. So let's see what's happening over here in crypto. Not a whole lot. Hang on a second. That's Bitcoin, XRP, trying to bounce. Oh, each bar now has no bounce to it. A lot of volume, though. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I was just looking at my P&L. My profit and loss is just going back and forth and back and forth, not doing a whole lot. And that's kind of typical, like I said, for options expiration. But here's the silver double miner, triple miner, I think. EGQ will really get going if you like to play silver. And again, I'm long 2 silver miners, so that's really a part of my strategy is trying to play top-down sector approach, and then start looking at charts from that point of view. Still feel pretty strongly that if these can recover from trying to shake out the weak hands, and look at how they spiked through the 5-day moving average. What did Orale do? Orale's stronger. He didn't even get to the 5-day. So ideally, these are my champion horses going into the close. We'll see. UEC, okay, you passed your test. You're still in good graces. And BNN, the other, okay, it's held up for now. Let's see how they close. JetBlue, I was traveling yesterday. I missed all of that. I'm just going to hang out on this one. I think in the bigger picture, bigger scheme of things, I was zooming out on JetBlue on vacation, and I think it's battling its 200 week, which was a perfect analogy to look at. And I think it's going to take a little time. So if it can battle through this 200 week moving average, I'm committed to staying invested long in JetBlue. And this blue line you see here is basically my price target. I'm looking for maybe a move up to the $10 level. And if I have to sit in this thing for a couple of weeks, I'll do so. So sometimes there's no method to why I stay in something short term or something long term, but that's keeping me in. And you can see the selling has abated just by having to look at the compare count window. We can see this, the selling pressure seems to be over now over the last 30 minutes. It's come down. But let me know if I missed any questions. I don't think I have. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm happy to say if UEC wants to, when I'm not looking, when I'm doing another project or email later today, I'm going to set a price alert. And if UEC wants to come back down and challenge today's lows, then I might just dump it midday, just to raise cash for something better tomorrow. So I'll just leave that, set it and forget it. So SanDisk, yeah, we can look at SanDisk. Pretty strong. It's building a beautiful kind of a cup and handle pattern on the daily, using the 20 SMA as its current support level. And intraday, it's had a nice open, so it's just a matter of if it can hold the open. But again, I don't know what the strike prices are on SanDisk. It's probably just going to hover around, especially these big caps. On an options expiration day, they might just hover around a strike price. Maybe 640 is a strike price. That's going to just kind of even itself out. Here's a silver miner coming to highs, FSM. So continuing to kind of just remind me the flavor of the day as money is moving into silver miners and copper and such. There's no games being played in those. They're fighting their way back to highs. Semis, just dropped back in the zone. The NASDAQ's dropped back in the zone. Solar's dropped back in the zone. But these ones up here, they're fighting to get back to highs. Silver, copper, and the miners. Chat or supposedly AI technologies, but I haven't looked at really what's in that one. I might have to do that later. PNL has been all over the place today. I would really love to see these cryptocurrencies get out of their funk. Every time they spike, they just get sold back off. And if you want my opinion, I think they're being under accumulation, meaning, you got JP Morgan a year ago poo-pooing crypto and Goldman, crypto. And all of a sudden now they're like, oh yeah, this is how much crypto we've been buying. Well, how do they buy it? They're big enough to where they can suppress any single move and frustrate short-term buyers to where they just continually shake you out day after day, week after week. And that's what's been happening, in my opinion, in crypto. So they'll go when it's time to go, meaning the institutions can no longer hold back. They'll probably be, maybe it's a headline, maybe it's the Clarity Act being passed and signed. That could be a catalyst that would be, time's up for the institutions to manipulate the price to constantly stop and start and wear out and scare out the short-term people. And that's how they basically do their accumulation. That's what happens in an accumulation phase. That's why it's called accumulation. And that's how the price action works. It goes nowhere, but the people who get frustrated wind up losing their shares to the big guys and the whales that are building the accumulation for what they feel is going to be the next big move. That's what I think is going on in crypto. HL, big volume spike. Let's take a look. Volume spikes are always interesting. Okay, let's look at this. More importantly, 5-minute volume spike. You are correct. It's now almost 2 times the normal 5-minute volume. 1-minute volume is normal, but if you watch this, you guys, the single stock window, this is the where I start to look at when things start to come back to highs. I love to see these numbers light up. The 5-minute volume is comparing the last 5-minute candle. Now it upticked again. So currently it's doing more 5-minute volume, about 2 to 1. That's what we want to see. And if we get a real big buyer come in, this volume 1 minute would spike up on us, but it's just kind of sitting there. So it's kind of a 5-minute creep in the increase in volume there. You're exactly right, Patrick. And look at the names coming through down here. PHYS is the Sprott Gold Fund. Look at this. The bankers this big drop, they might be losing this big drop that happened. It's slowly cup and handling itself back to highs in gold and silver. These names could start becoming the headlines again. And that's fine by me. That was one mother of a move to sit through, but I'm super long-term bullish on gold and silver and the utility XRP and HBAR coins. Yeah, I got back into town within an hour to trade yesterday, Patrick, and I looked at some of these and I saw HL was, all the other miners were doing really well. CDE, FSM, AG, HYMC. And then I just noticed little old HL didn't really do much. So that's one of those situations where I took it in on the close as a new position. So I had a decent price on the open. And so that little pullback didn't scare me out because I had yesterday's price. Still moving up on that. That's nice to see. It's my number one winner now. HL. What's ORLA doing? It's not doing as well as HL, but it could turn into something. FSM on my ticker moving higher. That's having a really nice day in FSM. And it is a Friday, so metals have a funny way of doing sneaky things over the weekend. When you can't buy the ETFs. So silver, AGQ, they're making some pretty loud moves here today. Yeah, CDE looks strong. And of course, the monster HYMC. Yeah, it's a lot of wicks. Still working off that insane move it had. I'd rather find something like HL that's lagging rather than something that's trying to work off an insane move. I mean, it did have a pretty good move, but this is one of the strongest patterns, you guys, that you can see. Anything that gaps up and then comes down, fills gaps, tests the resolve of everybody, liquidity hunts, and then if it goes back to high in the same session, that's one of the most bullish intraday patterns you can see. Period. No matter what you're in, you know, that should keep you in a trade if you see that. TMC. Now this one's been a disappointment. It's probably not looking that great now. It looks terrible. The metals company. Yeah, well, it's below its 50-day moving average and it's below its 5-day, so forget it. I tried that one last month and it was so disappointing. This is something I always do. So the PSLV Sprott Fund audited is up 5.3. SLV is up 5.6, so pretty close. Silver futures almost 7%. Yeah. Gold futures very close to 5,100. I wonder if that backwardation will come back into play where people are demanding upfront prices that are greater than the backward prices, which happened last month, by the way. Yeah, so this one is just Mr. Disappointment. I don't know why I even try it sometimes, but if it closes back down below the 5-day moving average, I'll sell this one. Very small position, just kind of dip my toe in to see if it had any follow through. But this is very disappointing small cap stock. Feeling good about this ORLA. Andy showed me this one this morning. I bought as much as I could. This is the one that ran me out of cash. So it's like a genie gave me one wish. And my focus today, as I said, was on the silver miners. And Andy said he really liked this one from his eye setup. And if you see that little curling action there on the daily, that's really nice. You know, so you see something like that in a sector that you know is really strong. That's what made me, you know, give up the remainder of my cash today and jump into this one. So, whereas HL, I came in long overnight, so it's doing better. But it seems like that midday selling we got there was abated. I'm just so tired of the crypto smash. I would love to see Bitcoin and the others just say enough and accumulation over and start moving and trending higher again. But what I like is I've got a great price in XRP. It was the first ski trip I took. Same thing. I got home and the market was still open. I think I was buying it inside the Uber. But I got long XRP, the ETF, saying I'm going to take a stand down here. That's my entry in that one. And then in HBAR, same deal. So my point is, something like that. My point is they're turning into that bird in the hand setup. And so it's giving me faith that, you know, my buy when there's blood in the streets has worked so far. And if it can just dig in here and slide sideways in some of these names, these utility crypto ETFs might pay off for me. I'm not swing trading them. I'm holding on to them. New to the channel, currently have Trading View, but interested in trade ideas. So I've got Trading View up to look at crypto because we don't have our crypto feed, but I'm still using a 15-minute chart here with the 130, which I've been talking about, 5-day moving average, and the 10 SMA. Trading View is it's a charting tool. but we are a scanner. So in real time, you're seeing, new highs versus new lows. You're seeing, tree maps of stocks that only have high short floats. So the scan only has high short float. I can sort over here by sectors, change from the open or however else I want. And I can create watch lists. And in real time, I'll get the flavor of things coming in time. Another huge advantage is using our price alerts. You get a nice price alert. I know TradingView does that too, but they're audible if you want them. And then, of course, Brokerage Plus is a paper trading module that allows you to start, pretending you have a $100,000 margin account and make some trades, which I haven't used because I don't really use the simulator, but I highly recommend a new trader does. And then, of course, lastly, we've got something called TradeWave, which is really important, and we're changing the name on that. I mean, it's going to be called WaveWriter. But this is the most sought after and requested tool. On my 15-minute chart, we're getting a sell signal, and then it says, "Hey, it's safe to buy now." And then that's as far as it got. And then so now it's working on a new buy signal. So it's giving the traders what they want. Real-time buy and sell signals, no matter what chart we put up. I'm pretty sure silver is under a buy signal and hasn't given it back. And there's the current buy signal in silver. And you can see there's no sell signal in sight. So you'll see, the comments. TradeWave is great. We've got a lot more additions coming to that. I'm sure. Let's see, Tesla. We're getting some green coming through here. So it's basically no signal yet in Tesla. We do have some scans that are built, but more to come. I'll just say that there's more to come. But for now, you could experiment under the Market Explorer window, which looks like this, which is really confusing. And then if you select strategy, we have a couple of trade waves. You could do the 5-minute, which would give you 5-minute trade waves, but I'm using the 15-minute. You can explore that. So Kevin, hopefully that helps. It's just a great real-time scanner, like a police scanner versus just, TradingView is good for charting. And I only use it because I have to for crypto, because I don't really have the 24-hour crypto market on our charts. So turn that off. Hello, Barry. Hello. Click.
Did I hear you say that we're getting some WaveWriter scans coming up?
Well, yeah, I know there's more to come than just relying on what's in the Market Explorer. And as Dan has said, of course, to be integrated with, the mining machine. So more signals and more real-time stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know. Don't hold me to the specifics of it.
Yeah, because that is, that is the number one question I get.
Sure is.
When in the world can we get that? For our scans, not like a scan we create. I want to see when that buy flag or sell flag shows up.
Have you ever taken Holly and then used TradeWave against like Holly? If I turn back on TradeWave here on my 15-minute, let's see. So TradeWave's back on, so I can now cycle through Holly. Mm-hmm. And okay, there's a buy tag. Okay, so there might be interesting, correlations. Yep. Obviously, that's a buy tag. It could help get you out, maybe early. Oh, this is interesting. Sell tag. But just an idea.
Look at the sell flag on Grail now. Is GRAL. If you've got an active, I know you're using a 5 or 15-minute chart.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that sell flag. Oh man.
Let me go to the 5-minute there just to see.
Even on a 5-minute, the sell flag was at, I think at what time is it? It's covering 54. Up at 11:40 Eastern time.
Are you talking on the daily? No, wait.
No, on the 5-minute chart. I have a sell flag at 11:40 Eastern time. Okay.
Oh, Eastern time. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yeah. That's correct. Gotcha.
And it is basically straight down. Couple of pokes into the body of the flag. As I try to explain to people that when that happens, you might want to take a little bit off because you don't know if it's going to if that's the end of it. But don't get out of everything. Just don't get out everything.
It never hurts to take some off. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Pay yourself.
So it's 104. You went a 1 minute overtime. So I'll
Well,
let you
I'm back
go.
from vacation. I'm all refreshed.
Yeah,
Leave
you
me
should be.
wind
Okay.
burned and refreshed. Yep. All
Okay.
right.
All right,
Thanks.
Steve.
See you
Thanks. We'll see
guys.
you next week. Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right,
Oh no, I
guys.
just closed. Oh, I just no. Wait a minute. There we go.
Did
Never mind.
you
Hang on a
did you
second.
screw it up for me?
No, I thought I closed the tab. No, let me just.
Okay.
I'll leave the studio. Okay, leaving the
Okay. Leave
studio.
the studio.
Yep.
Okay, guys. I'm back in both rooms now. Back in both rooms now. Just give me one moment as I make a couple of adjustments. Get my music going. And get rid. Sorry, guys. Little cheer. Canada just scored late to probably win this game 3-2 over Finland. For those of us who are hockey fans. Well, and I hope nobody's taping it or recording it. Okay, guys. So Grail, now it's finally had a little bit of a pop. Okay, Grail had a pop, but boy, what a rundown. Again, I didn't take it because I was, that was at 11:40 when it started its run on the way down. But I was going to be taking my break pretty soon, so I did not want to get into this one. But you know what? Look at this break now. Look at this buy flag right here. Okay, what is this one doing? JLHL, JLHL. Not much volume. It's just sneaking in. I have a minimum volume of 20,000 shares on this one, so it's not much volume at all. Well, I did not hold on to the tandem, but yeah, it did wend its way up. I did not hold on. Okay, guys. Okay, how about Mavis here? MVIS. I think this is making a new high. MVIS on some volume, guys. So this is one of those ones I don't typically track, but I do have one scan that looks at stocks under $1. The minimum has to be 50 cents. So here's MVIS, and so for those of you into these type of stocks, I mean it's moving a little bit on volume, but the next high is not that far away. Tandem just made new highs. So, AJ, I'm not getting too many different alerts really. The only different alert I've had is the WTTR by reducing that to 10 cents so far. I'll run this on Monday, of course, well, I have a delay of 15 minutes before I want to see any alert, but it's the only one I've had. Reducing has to be up 25 cents. No, it just has to be up 10 cents. Mike C. Still hanging around, Mike, aren't you? Good for you in our YouTube room. So a little bit of a chop fest, guys. After that initial reaction about the SCOTUS ruling, and then it popped down, it came back up, a little pop down. VWAP held at this point, moved up, but then it looked like uh-oh, and but now right back up again through the. So it went through the VWAP on the downside, and then through the VWAP on the upside. Little stoppage here. Come on. Steve was talking about Orla in YouTube. I thought he was talking about Orla, AORLA. ABTS. This. What did it get up to? Got up to $5. I'm going to put a price alert in this area, 468. See if it makes another late day run. Okay, it's a low float. China stock, ton of volume. Still trading 1,190 times normal. Okay, so it's a ton of volume. Has it really? Walmart? Now, didn't I read that Amazon has supplanted Walmart as the top retailer in terms of market cap or something? Yeah, I mean, it had earnings yesterday. Not great. I mean, it was not bad to start. It was a little bit above the close of yesterday, of the day before, but it did close down near the low of the day, and now it's continuing to move down, and that's Walmart, WMT. Man, here's another one. It's just tagging. Oh no, I'm sorry, it is not. It's sort of it's basing, consolidating WTTR. I thought that was the VWAP, but no, VWAP's up here, 1291. So not far enough away for me to try to take this trade. Okay, guys, sale making a move down. This is this an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. Making a move down on some volume, SAIL. Does it have room? No. In my opinion, no. I mean, I'm looking left and all sorts of areas it could stall. All right, guys, 114 now. So one last time this week to go over my homepage. I'm sure this promo code will not keep going. Until Monday. Seems like it should be over maybe at the end of the day today, but we'll see. I don't know. I don't know what the email ever said. Sometimes they extend it. But anyway, here is the link to get to or my homepage link. Here is a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, saving 22% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter which plan you choose, either the standard or the premium. All I ask, please use my code whenever you're going to take out a subscription, because I don't mean necessarily today, anytime in the future. Really helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and also the main room. We call it the trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now, you can come into this room. A lot more action in this room, interaction amongst other traders. Okay. Plus, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Thank you, Obi. He opens it up 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, and I usually leave, depending on how many questions I get, sometime between 2 and 2:30. But William keeps the room open usually after I leave. I didn't see, William, what you said today. Sometimes it's 3:30 on Fridays. Sometimes 3:45. So it's up to you, of course. So that is the trading room. So again, if you're looking for more action, come into the room, trading room. Education. If you do take out a subscription, first thing you must do is you go to the education section, click on the more info, and the getting started with trade ideas. Okay. Getting started with trade ideas. This is mandatory, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have the product, what I would do, take a look at that second video, start off on that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. You can always try us. The monthly subscriptions are just month to month. It's no major contract. You can always cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos for those of you who are new to trading. And I always forget to do this. Sorry, Steve. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Steve Gomez is the originator of the trades of the week. He was just in our YouTube room for an hour. So you can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And last, if you're looking for my scans, they're not all scans. These are a couple of races. Here they are. Click on the view scan section or the custom scan section. Click on the view scans. Here are the two races that you can see. The large cap race, the wide open volatile race is here. Movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. I actually do have it up and running on my other monitor. And what else? Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes is over here. Very few today. Usually this is full almost after the first 5 minutes of the day. Stocks that really pop up and they get halted. And I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at these. I do not have the Williams scan on here. I may add it, but if you want it, just let me know. How many alerts are provided weekly? Okay. Are you from Wales? I'm kidding you. You look at the Welsh names and they're all a bunch of consonants. But anyway, when you say how many alerts, are you talking about our AI? Okay. Are you talking about our AI? Because how many, I mean, if you're talking about general scans that you create, you can get, I mean, it's so many. Okay, if you're talking about the AI, the last 2 days, other than today, it was fairly active. I would say this is probably more par for the course. It really depends on the day. AI doesn't know how many before the market opens, and it really, has a lot to do with what the market is doing. But how many do we have today? We've got eight. So we have eight today. Sorry, seven today. That's probably more typical. Okay. And it really had a good day, especially when you take a look at the reentries. That is what I really try to focus on. Okay. The reentries. Because if you just wait for reentries, never mind the first alert, just wait for reentries. A lot of times that is a far better way to use the AI. The reason being is that you're always going to get a better entry price, number one, but doesn't absolutely mean it's going to take off from that reentry. So to explain it though, your entry is you'll only notice that these ones have not indicated any reentry price. That's because to get a reentry, it has to get halfway. First of all, the stock has to hit the stop at some point, which in this case it did. It wasn't that far away. 159 was the entry alert price. 154. So if the stock ever hits the stop price and then comes halfway between the original alert price and that stop price, in this case it wasn't hard. 157 is halfway between 154 and 159. You get a reentry. So you can look now. This one was, this is a little bit better. I mean, in terms of visual, look at Tandem 2376. It did hit the stop, and so if you waited for the reentry, which is 2340, look at it now, 26. I'm not saying it's going to be like that every day. And then also the Grail. I mean, this was a short opportunity. So if you either A, missed it the first time or just decided, you know what, I'm just going to wait for reentries, or even if you took it the first time, you got stopped out, had an opportunity to get back into it. This is on the short side, 54.71. Before that popped up, it's down to 50. That's a $4, almost a $5 move. Again, I'm not saying it's going to be like that every day, but that is another way to use the AI. And if you have the AI, and if you do have our AI, okay, make sure you get rid of in the filter section. It's probably checking the profitable. Uncheck it. The reason why is that if you leave it checked, you'll never see the reentries. Okay, you won't see because the reentries are, if you're going long, underneath the original alert price, which would mean in theory it's not profitable. So uncheck it. Okay, just uncheck it. It should be the default, but I've asked the company many times, but they don't want to do it for some reason. All right, guys. So it's 1:23. So I may only have another maybe 45 minutes left. So if you've got questions, great time to ask. Take a look at what is ABTS is doing. You know what? I mean, it's not it's not that bad. I mean, it's still hanging in on the VWAP or over the VWAP. Okay, very just. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody wanted the scan. Okay, give me a moment. So this is the Williams scan. Okay, I'm sorry. Somebody asked for it. This is the Williams scan. So you're asking for it also? Okay. So two people asked. So in the YouTube room, Okay, so that's the link for it. Now, again, this is the don't repeat version of it. Okay, so just to let you know, that's why it says DR. Now, if you want I also have the repeating version, just to let you know how to you want the repeating version also. And by repeating, look how many times tandem TNDM, whereas you only see it one time here. So that tells me where the first alert was, which is why I like to have this version. Also, I want to see where the first alert was and what did it do from that alert. Here's your time of the first alert and the price. So if you want the repeating version also, I'll show you how you do it. So what I would do is I would duplicate this window because I don't think you want to overwrite it. You want you if assuming you do want the don't repeat. And by the way, guys, if you load this thing, if you load it right now, you're not going to see all the original alerts. Okay, you'll only see the last alert that happened. So don't think that you've loaded it incorrectly. But if you incorporate it as part of your layout and start running it on Monday before the well, notice the earliest alert I'm going to get is 9:45, and that's by design. I don't want to see all the alerts between 9:30 and 9:45. They can be really, really choppy. So I decided to put a 15-minute delay on when I get my first alert. You don't have to do the same thing, but that's what I'm doing. So if you duplicate the window, right click and duplicate the window. Okay. Where is it? Okay, so I've duplicated the window, and then all you do to get the don't to take it off, don't repeat. If I right click, go down to properties, you see where there's a sections or options that says don't repeat. Click on it, and then you can uncheck it. Okay, so if you uncheck it, that then you'll get every time the stock made a new high or a new low, meeting all the filter requirements still. You'll see it over and over and over again. Okay, so you just uncheck it, say okay, and then probably give it another name. I call, I know that's the DR, that's the don't repeat. So you might want to give it another name. Maybe just take the DR out. Okay. Yeah. I mean, this is a fairly important level, perhaps, for the ABTS, but you can see you've got a buy flag, a sell flag, a buy flag. It's still hanging over the VWAP though. Okay. So, direction a little bit unknown if you look at these buy and sell flags. But it could be one of these that has that one of those late day runs. Now, the only issue is the high right there is 524. And what did it get to? It got up to 509, I think. If it takes out 5 though on any volume, and you see how the volume is coming in again, the volume it looks a little well, there it is. Sorry. Yeah, well, RXT, another one from our AI, which was another one, nice one from the reentry. I mean, it's unknown right now, isn't it? I mean, I think if it took out 2 again, what did it get up to? It got up to 208. Maybe on the monthly chart, the next high is 248. So, I mean, if you look at a monthly chart, it would still have a little bit of room, but right now it's just kind of meandering. Okay, the float is not like it's not high, but it is 77 million compared to the other one that had how much does ABTS have? 2 million. Okay, so it's going to take a little bit more volume to move that RXT. And so when you look at the volume bars right now, you see how they're nothing out of the ordinary on the 2, nothing out of the ordinary on the 5. Again, when I look at volume, I'm not looking at the absolute volume. I'm looking to see whether or not there's a noticeable difference in the last few volume bars. Okay, so it's not because I do get the question, well, how much is good volume? Like, is it a million shares, 500,000 shares? It's not the absolute volume. It's what it looks like. Is a volume bar standing out, which would mean, there's some enthusiasm. Could be on the downside, but there is some enthusiasm coming in with the volume. I mean, this is, trading 161 million shares. So 500,000 shares in it, normally that would be a lot of volume, but it's not really on this bar here. So I don't know if that answers your question, but so if I were, maybe put a price alert, over 2 and see if it takes it out, number one. Look at the SPY, guys. The SPY is still kind of hanging around the VWAP area. So look how many races ABTS has won, guys. 18. That's why, you should always follow, of course, of a stock that has won so many races. That should be followed all day long, and try to figure out, what a good entry might be. You know, is it holding the VWAP like it did here? Look how well it held the VWAP right here. Came into it. It took a while. It's a while. If you're day trading, it is like an eternity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Kind of, 22 minutes hanging around the VWAP area before it finally took off a little bit. Look at Tandem, guys. Again, making another new high. Again, in the repeating version, look at this. This was an earnings play. So, I mean, this has the chance to have a continuation on Monday. Look at the month. Wow, look at the monthly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but look at the monthly chart. The next high is $38, and we're at 26 now. So you're talking $12 to the next high. What I really should do is back out the weekly chart just to take a look to see where it could go on the weekly chart before it hits that next high. So the next high on the weekly chart, not quite as much as the monthly, but look at that, 35. So there could be some good continuation on. I'm not saying to take this trade and hold it. Okay, I'm just saying we should be watching this one, especially if it doesn't give back its gains today. If it closes anywhere near the high of the day, I'm going to have this one. If it does, I'm going to have this one thumbnailed on on my other monitor as a chart that I want to see Monday morning. See what it looks like. And again, just made more new highs. Yeah, RxD is just kind of floundering right now, kind of up, down, up, down, up, down. So I don't have as much faith in that one making a late day run as maybe the ABTS with that sort of a float. And not to dismiss, I mean, 14 million, this is 14 times normal, okay? In terms of, excuse me, how much volume there is, 14 times normal up to this time of day. I mean, it's a massive number of, but look at the float turnover. Where's my float turnover? Is double. So if you divided the float into the volume today, it's about 2.13. Look at the ABTS. Check the difference out. Float turnover is 11. So even though the volume is way lower, still 26 million. There it goes. By the way, there it goes, guys, trying to pop here. But look at the relative volume, 1,200 times normal, 120, 1,268 times normal. That is a ratio, not a percent. And that's because in the past, you can barely see the volume here, on the daily chart. You can barely see it. In fact, this is crazy. Something's weird. I mean, yesterday's volume was 7,000 shares. Really? The volume the day before that was, yeah, something's kind of weird. I mean, this didn't really trade at all. 31,000 shares, 8,000 shares. These are previous days. So no wonder the relative volume is 1,278 times. Give me a moment, guys. All right. Wow, there it go. There it is, guys. ABTS just took out. There just took out. Just took out 5. Let's see if it has a run now. Okay, let's take it. Let's take it. Let's see if it has a run now. It popped up to what, 551, like that, just like that. The longer it holds over 5, this could set up a nice little base. Oh boy, come on. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Okay, so what I've been doing, you probably understand what I'm trying to do here. Now I'm going to see if this can take out that high up here, ABTS. Now, this is what you call nimble trading here, guys. I don't want to, but I don't want to have this thing just utterly collapse on me. So that's why I have to watch it. It's not just good enough to put a price alert. Oh man, guys, keep an eye on it. I mean, look, it's super. There we go. This is super risky. I mean, it's with that float in China and all. But again, the high was 550. And look where it got to, though. I mean, there's another high right there at 560. I mean, that might be it for looking left might be it anyway. At 550. So this may not be anything I want to try again, just because I mean that high, those highs right there could block it for the rest of the day. Possibility of blocking it for the rest of the day. So okay, guys. Now this one had a financing around the 330 mark. Ooh, look at this. Look at AGIG. Not shortable. Oh, there are shares. 91,000. Had a financing. Okay. At 336. I mean, this is known news. Okay. I mean, I know I'm seeing it, but this was known news in the pre-market. It was hanging around the financing price most of the day, but it's just taking a drop now. I'm talking about the AGIG. Well, especially DJ, when you look at the daily chart for ABTS, in my opinion, anyway. Look at the daily chart. Look where it got to. Got right into this area here, and there's all sorts of little areas it could easily stall it. Now, it may not, just because of the float. I just don't understand how it's been trading before, previous days. There's something going on with this one, ABTS. I mean, there's just got to be something going on. I mean, it makes no sense. 28 million shares, and yesterday 7,000, day before 3,000. I'm just rounding, of course. 830 shares. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Totally manipulated. Yeah. He's got to be on the right side of the manipulation. But even look how it was trading, even with no shares trading. I mean, this was up to 580. How many shares was that on that day? 32,000 shares, 32,000 shares. Next day, 2,700 shares. And yet it's trading and it's moving down 31,000 shares. Next day, 2,500 shares. I mean, just crazy. See, I did not see that first halt. That's what I was saying. I did not see that first halt. It must have happened in the pre-market, I guess, or you know what? It probably wasn't in the pre-market. Or was it in the pre-market? Well, then that was a news halt. Was the first halt of ABTS in the pre-market? Because there are no, as far as I know, there are no guys. Sorry, little jump in the voice here. There were no volatility halts in the pre-market. There were news halts. And what? Okay, so what did they say? I don't have it because I don't have this up and running in the pre-market. What did it, what was the new? Nothing. So there was no news to speak of. Well, I mean, there's the high today, guys, around 550, and there's a high right there at 560. I mean, anything's possible with that float, of course, with that float. There's the dump. Yeah, there is the massive. Look what it got to. It got right into that high of the day, which was very close to the high over here. Um, can you elaborate, Poe? I'm not listening. Oh, I see. Okay, now RXT. I mean, hey, maybe. What is? I mean, people fleeing from ABTS, they may be looking for another cheap one. I would ask what the reasoning of that is, but I guess there really isn't any. Just out of curiosity, has he stopped speaking? Just wanted to see. The market is now at the hot. Well, that was the high of the day. Still speaking. Oh, okay. All right, now, so there. Okay, so the RXT now is still hanging underneath two. I mean, listen, if it pops through two, I suppose there is a chance. What did we see on the monthly chart? I think, yeah. So right here, 248. So there is some room, a little bit to 250 on the monthly chart for RXT. What was the news on this one? Okay, AI related stock edge higher, led by networking, while CoreWeave drags the hyperscalers down. Okay. Um, just looking to see where I see RXT in here in this list. Continue to surge. It started early. Oh, the partnership with Palantir. Right, right, right. Now I remember. Okay. So it's all to do with the partnership with Palantir, and that's what caused the pop 2 days ago. Well, again, let's revisit these re-entries. 157 for the RXT. It's 191 now, but it need to get a lot higher. This has been a really good one. The re-entry for the tandem TNDM 23.40, $26 now, and then the short 54.71 of Grail, and that actually before this popped up a bit, it got down to what, $50. So some really nice ones on the re-entry. Now, links. Remember, we this one was a super active one a little while ago. Yeah, I remember this one started at 30 cents, and in 1, 2, 3, 4 days, it got up to $1.70, and then it came back down. Even it didn't utterly collapse. At least it's over a dollar. Didn't utterly collapsing would mean right back down to say the 30-cent level. So who knows? Maybe this is just in rest mode. Maybe next week we're due for another pop. LNKS. Ugly looking 2-minute chart though. Look how dotted it is, little gaps. Just ugly, ugly looking. Even a 5-minute chart looks ugly. Boy, okay, guys. I mean, really keep an eye on the RXT. I mean, it's making that little challenge again at 2. Gonna have to have it on my this time. I do want to see it here, and maybe this will make a late day. Maybe this will make a late day push. I mean, it's got on a monthly chart, it's got some room to about the 240 mark. Look at the option volume today. Wow, 65,000 share contracts. That's 36 times normal. I'm actually surprised it trades options, but look at the explosion in option volume today for the RXT. I see Steve answered you also, the person whose name I cannot pronounce, DW. So you asked about how many alerts per day. I see you had a discussion going with Steve. I mean, all this needs is some volume to come in. Okay, some volume to come in, some big volume to come in, like a couple of million shares or something. I mean, it's I mean, this is a lot of volume. 699,000 shares in this 2-minute bar. We need something like a 4 or 5 minute, 5 million or 2 million. Like that one right there is about 2 million. Something that really get the enthusiasm up and running. There's a little buy flag there. I'm talking about the RXT. Wow. Look at the ABTS now. That is done. Well, I shouldn't say that, but it certainly looks done. I think it's actually approaching the VWAP. I mean, look, it is approaching the VWAP. I mean, anything is possible. Maybe if the VWAP holds, and you get a volume. Look at that volume bar, right? Like that sort of a volume bar. That stands out. That one right there. And that was a selling volume bar, but nonetheless, that really stands out. All right, guys. Well, again, just kind of waiting on RXT. I mean, it's just hanging under that 2 level. All right, guys. Well, it's 2:03 now. I mean, I'm gonna hang around maybe a little bit longer. Are there any questions? Probably not much longer. I'm really just waiting to see if RXT can pop through too. That's all I'm. Let's take a look at the sectors, see if they still have the same weak sectors. Silver's been strong all day long, right at the top of the sector list. And yeah, I mean, yeah, energy stocks, XLE and OIH, and still the only ones negative, basically all day have been energy and healthcare. Not, I mean, not crashing or anything like that, but they're the only ones that are not above yesterday's close. What just took a little pop here, guys, is, let's see if AXTI takes out the high of the day and proceeds further, because that would be an all-time high. Right up here is an all-time high. Well, I'm just waiting to see if RXT can take out two, Dean Spencer, for higher. You're hired. But seriously, I'm just waiting to see if it can take out two. Doesn't mean no. On volume, okay, a lot of volume. Something that like, see how the volume is not. You see how, if you can see my 2-minute chart, you can see how the volume bars are just sort of dwindling. I'd like to see if it's going to take out two, if it's going to take out $2, but I want to see a big volume burst also. So that's why I have a price alert up in this area. If I get the alert, click on it and then see what the volume is. Now I run the risk of it just exploding right through and continuing, but I would never take a trade just because I think something is going to happen. Yeah, I see USAS. That's in my compare count. Yeah. See, that's the see what I mean when I'm talking about volume bar, like really, really standing clear of the rest of them previously. Look at these two volume bars for USAS as an example. So if we saw the same sort of thing with RXT, that might get it really running. See another one. See the FSM. You see how the volume bar standing out. Then I mean that volume bar. You have to go back a half an hour or so before you see a volume bar like that. Well, as a Canadian, I choose not to comment, and also we don't want to get too political. Okay. All right, guys. 2:09 now. So unless there are some more questions, I'm on my own. I'll probably just watch the AXT or the RXT, see if takes out two later. No more questions. I think I will take off. I'll hang around if there's some questions. For those of you on YouTube who want to still be in a room that's open, you can come into the main room and dropping my homepage link into YouTube. And if you click on it, just scroll down until you see trading room. It's free also. Okay. William, I don't know if you're still around. I can't remember if you, anybody remember, I haven't seen him posting anything for a while. So I don't know if he said he's going to keep the room open. If not, I guess, I don't, you don't have to, Obi, but I have a 2 and a 5 minute chart intraday, and then I've got a weekly, daily, and a monthly, Dean. And that's just my personal preference. I mean, it's not to suggest anybody should do the same as I'm doing. That's just my personal preference. Oh, you can't see. Why? Is it because you might? Do you want to see? Like, what's happening? Is it black or blank or what's the issue? Or you at work and you can't? I mean, because you might have to just do a refresh or change browsers if you do want to see the screen. Oh, I see. Your monitor is too small. Okay, that I cannot help with other than go get a bigger monitor. Yeah, we're gonna need a bigger boat. What a great line. Oh, Jaws. Come on, PJ. You insult my intelligence. Yeah, one of the all-time great lines. Yes. Robert Shaw. Actually, it wasn't Robert Shaw who said that. Wasn't it the Richard Dreyfuss? It was either Richard Dreyfuss or, yeah, the cop. Might have been the cop because I think he's the one who saw it first when he was throwing the chum over. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can't remember his name. Had a lot of good films. Question: if there's no trade with Iran, and Iran probably does not trade with anyone due to sanctions, how can a war or something like this affect the market? You're talking about oil. Yeah, no, it's not a it's a great it's not a political question at all. It's a market question. Roy Scheider, that's right. That's his name. Not to US, but they sell, the US is not the only country in the world, believe it or not. Sorry, but it could affect the price of oil. There you go. Yeah, anytime there's a supply of something cut off, I mean, I have no idea how many barrels of oil they sell a day, but, in theory, that would be cut off. Good for you, Obi. So I don't see William. I'm not sure he's gonna be hanging around. He may have said he's not hanging around, so alright. So thank you, Spanky. Yeah, I could have asked, Gemini. I know Gemini would have told me. So you take, 2,000,000 barrels out of the market. Ah, you did, okay. He might be gone. I don't recall him saying he was gonna be gone. So, Obi, what do you think? Are you gonna, hang around? You don't have to. I can shut the room down now. I don't see William, so he may not be hanging around. Another cheap one for you guys, got Bark. Bark is having a pop, little volume coming in. Okay, guys, don't see any questions, so I'm gonna shut down now. I will keep the room I'll keep my screen display. Obi, I just need a response from you. I have to know if you're gonna hang around. If you're not, then I'm gonna shut down because I don't see William in the room, so I just have to know if you are gonna hang around. If you're not, then I'm gonna shut the room down. You don't have to. You don't have to hang around if you don't want to, of course. AXTI guys approaching that 30 mark again. AXTI. Just waiting for Obi to answer. High of the day was just over 30. Okay. So AXTI, this is an all time high right now, all time high. Earnings play for AXTI. Be interesting to see if it has a continue. Look at the month. Look at the several months it's had. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, how many months ago? One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. 8 months ago, this was a dollar stock approximately. Up at $30 now. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm going to shut down the YouTube room for sure. So goodbye, YouTubers.